we are live.
Oh, hey, let me look up now. Hey.
Hey, there's that camera. All right, so yeah, we're going to see how this goes. So the microphone is between us. So,
yeah, so I got to make sure I look at you when we talk, right?
Yes, yeah. So hopefully we'll have, it'll be more conversational that way. But then when we're focused on working on something, we're not
It'll be silent.
Yeah, right.
I got to remember, this is real different from me. Like, normally I'm in the spare room, which is the computer room, which has no heat. And I got to keep the lights low because it filters into the bedroom. So I'm usually just kind of like sitting there in the quasi-dark one, trying to like clip stuff out to myself, not talking to anybody. Right? Yeah, it's real fun.
Wow.
It's not that bad, honestly. But when I move to a newer condominium, I'll at least hopefully have better space. And I'll have hopefully the space to leave stuff set up instead of having to box it all up every night, right? Like, you were quite impressed how everything fit in this box I have. That's through like months of having to just like, well, okay, I worked for a couple hours, time to put it back in the box, right?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, that's real annoying.
All right.
So, what do we got?
Oh, yeah, so what are we doing? So
what madness did you suck me into, Jeremy?
Yeah, so...
You horrible enabler.
I thought, yeah, we would put, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. What happened? So you have heard, so this, I'm going to put this...
Oh, we could do the little web camera.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, we can do it on the webcam. Yeah, so in the corner is our little webcam. So we have a buy 5 and get one, or buy 4, get one free offer from North Star.
Which has since ended, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so it was a kind of a limited time offer, but these kits are insane because basically one kit and you can play Oathmark, or you can easily put together a band for either Frostgrave or Stargrave.
You could put together multiple things because each box is like 30 miniatures.
Yes, right. Yeah, so 30 miniatures, included with tons of options. So, for example, so we have, we got our dwarf infantry here.
Color me surprised, Jeremy. Yes. You're getting dwarves.
And orc infantry, which looked pretty decent, and the elves. So we didn't do any cavalry, but we've got a lot of really good ground troops, and so that might be something that if we develop Oathmark and then skeleton infantry.
I convinced Jeremy to get skeleton infantry because I also wanted to steal parts for Necropolis 28.
Yes.
I'm running out of skeleton bits for my Frostgrave cultists.
Oh, right. And at last, the goblin slaves.
Nice.
So I thought for Oathmark, I would try to do a little bit kind of evil dwarf kingdom.
I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked here.
Because I've had the Abyssal Dwarves. Okay. So this is Mantic's take on Chaos Dwarves. And I've had an army, like their little starter army of these guys, and they of course rank up because they were imitating Warhammer Fantasy. So they rank up with square bases. So I thought that might work really well with Oathmark and have a little more theming because I've got like vanilla dwarves. But
are you going for chocolate?
But a little spicier, a little more tainted with evil and running hordes of goblin slaves. Yeah, so this is crazy. Yeah, so just opening one of these boxes, it's insane. So inside, the bases are right there too. So it's 3. Yeah. So it's 3. It's 6. Yeah, 6. So 6 sprues of 5 each. So 30. But if you look at all of the
don't drop the stuff.
All the customization. Yeah. But look at that. So there is a ton going on each one of the sprues as far as customization. So in this like world that we're living in of Games Workshop going so monopose and everything, this is really nice to see.
Are they going monopose, or are they going kind of you can only assemble it one way unless you're super good at modeling?
They're for the like Dominion and the starter boxes for a lot of stuff. The poses are so dramatic, and, and the way that they assemble is so intricate. Yeah, you're not going to get much variation out of it. Whoa. Yeah, so we're going to have to. I think are the sprues? I guess we'll be able to tell from the sprues. Oh, good, they're marked. So the sprues are marked what they are.
Yeah, I think the North Star stuff usually has what they are up at the top. Yeah,
that's very cool.
Renedra. Oh, you even got little bits of chain for the goblin slaves.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so we're going to be going through a lot of these sprues, probably opening a lot of it and just looking at the options because, so you've got 5. The thing that's really cool is so you've got 5 bodies, then all kinds of arm options, and then 10 heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can really, you don't have to see the same, you don't have to see the same miniature twice.
When I was...
That's really great.
They're really ramping up construction in the building next door.
Yes, perfect timing. Yeah. And I can't tell. So they've finished the exterior, like the steel and exterior is done. They're probably doing interior work on all the units. But do you see those 3 slots with the big slide doors? Is that going to be retail space or parking, or what do you think that's going to be?
I thought they were going to be like big garage thing.
Yeah, maybe because they lost. It used to be a parking lot, so this area has lost a lot of parking. So, and I guess for the building, but a lot of the tiny apartment buildings here have no parking. They just assume you're a
have no car
denizen. Yeah, you're a denizen of the city, and you won't actually be driving anywhere.
Car.
So I'm going to take a look. And the interesting thing about Oathmark is the way you build the army is you build a kingdom, and the choices you make on kind of what is the center, and then what are the outlying territories allows you to take different types of units. So I'm going to try to.
Because I printed out one of those sheets too. Like I forget how many picks you get. Like, you have to choose like the center of your kingdom, which has kind of like one race or species. But then you choose a bunch of terrain. Like now you get like 2 terrain picks for like your outer second level, 3 terrain picks, and then 4.
Right.
So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, which ends up like you give like 10 potentially different pieces of terrain,
right?
Which all give you access to different types of units. And you could go either broad and choose a bunch of different types of terrain, or you could go kind of shallow, right?
Yes.
Because some units, say, requires this type of terrain, which you can only purchase at kind of like level 2.
Yes.
So if you wanted to focus on like an exclusively dwarf kingdom, you could get like kind of the rarer dwarf units or have access to them.
Right.
Or you could do what you're doing, like include like orc and goblin allies and have different variety of troops.
Right.
That doesn't correspond to points. Right? Like you'd still say, okay, we're playing a 1,000-point game, just my kingdom gives me a list of the units I can include in that.
Yeah, the options you can choose from. Yeah, so it's really interesting, and I think they did. And so we've played War Master, so there's some of the rules here that felt a little bit like War Master.
Right.
Yeah, that I was thinking a lot. So it's interesting. They took. So McCullough took some of the good things he liked about War Master, some of the larger scale ranked armies from Warhammer Fantasy, and kind of did a refinement of that system. And then also the army building is so completely different. Yeah,
I was thinking about like as someone who's tried numerous times to make similar games, right? Like okay, they're all kind of the same, right? But I think coming up with like a gimmick. It feels kind of gimmicky, right? Like you run the risk of it feeling like, okay, I like this game, don't know what this is. This is kind of dumb.
Right.
But when I was first started reading Oathmark, I'm like, okay, I like the activation, right? Where like units are kind of unreliable, like in that War Master, like you said, like you don't end the turn by making a failed command roll. You just kind of get to do less with that unit, right? And I like that kind of activation. And I'm reading through going, okay, this is pretty kind of standard. Nothing really jumped out at me. It seemed like a fine game, but then I got to the kingdom building, and I'm like, okay, this is where it's different enough from other games that make me go, wow, okay, this is pretty cool, right? Yeah. And it doesn't feel... It's not even something you have to include, right? So that's where it kind of, to me, didn't feel gimmicky, right? It kind of felt like we're doing something a little bit different, right? And that... kind of wish I'd bought the Oathmark book, but I don't need to, because I have Jeremy, who buys absolutely everything, right? So, yeah.
Nice. Oh, these goblin slave heads look pretty good on these
Stargrave. Okay, you know what?
Oh man!
If you don't want your goblin Stargrave crew to have boobs, right? Because we split a box of crew too.
Right. Yeah,
right?
That's right. Yeah.
Actually, it doesn't really matter.
That's pretty hot. It's pretty hot though. The spaces.
Okay, if if you want to go with that, that's totally cool. I was going to say I brought all mine.
Oh, you got the.
I brought all the Stargrave. You can't see it off screen down here. All my Stargrave and Frostgrave.
Yeah, I think
I got a sprue of mercenaries that will happily trade you, which are kind of like the more heavily armored.
Right. Yeah, and a mixed might be kind of cool too with different specialties.
That would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah, because I was thinking this crew too would be good for a lot of the kind of NPCs and the kind of valuable targets and things in Stargrave.
Or it's in my bag, but we don't have any more space. Snarling Badger Studios Space Station Zero. There's a lot of NPCs in that, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, it'll be good to have. And things like Infinity often needs a high value target. Like a lot of the objectives are protect the high value target.
That's also going to be something in Stargrave too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I brought. Oh yeah, let me speak into the mic. What I brought for you to take a look at if you want to. The Fireforged Dwarves kit that I bought, right?
Yeah.
And let me put up. You want to look at it too? Spare Agincourt stuff from Perry Minatures, which might be a little small.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes the arms, you can't really tell how small something is. Mm-hmm. Oops. Pin vise, X-Acto blade with a cover, so I don't drop it on my knee. That would just be the worst. Bunch of spare bags for KITBASH and stuff. And then I put it together and put it up on Twitter a while back.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually... all the heads came off. I know, I'll find one with the head. I was real impressed with how... Let me check this. Back it up a little bit.
Oh, nice.
I was real impressed with how well the... Nope, it's out of focus. If you can see it. Nope, it's not bouncing.
There we go.
Kind of. Anyway, not great. The Fireforged Dwarves.
K5.
Ooh.
Member. Good to see you, K5. For 11 months. Oh, my God.
Nice. 11th anniversary. Huh?
Nice.
Anyway, it's hard to see, but I put Sludge Knight heads on Fireforged Dwarf bodies with Stargrave Trooper arms to make my own Leagues of Volton.
Very cool.
And it was just kind of like, let's see how this looks. And I'm like, that looks pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
I might keep it together, which means I would probably use the bodies. I don't know how many I'm going to put. I think I got 12. But I will in no way be using any of the arms or heads from the Fireforged Dwarves. Depending on how they fit with the Oathmark stuff, you are more than welcome to help yourself. I got two-handed weapon, single-handed weapon, sword and shield, female heads, that come with annoying little buns you got to glue on the back of their heads that are way too small. And where is it?
Oh, I like these raggedy slave.
Oh yeah, the command one. It's got a little guy with an arquebus and a little horn and some very Da Vinci looking caps. So
I like the braided beards. Those are really cool. Yeah, I wonder if we should put a flat sheet or something in front of the webcam so it doesn't have anything else to distract it.
All I got is the box I use for spray priming stuff, which you can clearly see. Right there.
Yes.
Oops! Don't hit the mic. That won't be very good. Let me flip it to the back side.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
There we go. Oh, that might be good because then we can just go. Stuff. Yeah. Then it'll stay in focus. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
I might keep those little squats together.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Oh, all my stuff shifted around. But here, if you wanted to try, they got the cultist heads on them currently, but here's a mercenary body if you want to stick a goblin head on that.
Oh, yeah. These guys. Oh,
and I brought a bunch of blue tack because I like to test fit my stuff.
Yes. Oh, I like the backpacks. Where are the backpacks from?
I forget. Okay, I'm going to have to come back later. Those were 3D printed.
Okay.
Because I was putting together the Stargrave Trooper with the Perry Miniatures French Dragoon heads, and I'm like, okay, the Stargrave Trooper kit is great, but it's real generic. Yeah, right? They've kind of got almost like Star Wars Death Star trench operator helmets, and the kit's great. You get 20 heads. They just kind of needed something.
Right.
And just for kind of shits and giggles, I said, let's see how this looks. And I'm like, that looks okay. Yeah, that looks okay.
No, it does.
But they needed something on the back.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so there you go.
So there. You can...
Yeah, right.
Can't. It's not zooming in all that well. But they're 3D printed backpacks. They're a little bit too big, right? I should have said, okay, print it at 80% size, but it's real kind of hard to find Etsy sellers that reasonably ship to Japan.
Oh, right.
Where I'm like, those backpacks are great. I'm not paying twice the amount I would on shipping alone, so no. So that's probably what I'll be working on.
Oh, cool.
And once my harvesters, alien bug harvesters, and conquistadors arrive from Wargame Atlantic,
Oh. Oh, nice.
I'll be doing those.
Oh, that's great. Oh yeah, Conquistador helmets. Oh, that's...
Well, like, I'm actually not using those. I also bought I also bought their death fields, which have a bunch of units but no rules for it yet because they're gearing up for it. Anyway,
right.
I also bought their 2 sprues of their death fields, kind of death corpse. They kind of look like Death Corpse of Krieg, like
right.
they've got the pickle hulb and the gas masks.
Nice.
So those are the heads that are going on the Conquistadors to make some kind of weird Inc. 28 futuristic mashup kind of thing. So I'll have lots of Conquistador heads because, like I said, we're getting into the Perry miniature stuff. I don't think I would ever get into historical wargaming.
Oh yeah,
because there's just too much baggage, right? Like, who are you going to play? Like, I kind of have a problem with, like, the scopes look great, but I'm like, okay, bolt action stuff. Don't play as the Germans, right? So once you use the kits, they just kind of need something to take them out of their normal historical context. And I'm like, okay, now I'll play. I have no problem with pretend space fascists.
Right.
I don't want to play the actual ones, right?
right. Yeah, who have ancestors or have descendants that are still around. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna turn off the autofocus on that, and so let's set a focal depth. So hold a miniature up in front of the little webcam, and I'll freeze the focus so we can have a.
That's way too low. Unfortunately, I don't have something else.
Oh, you can just tip. No, you can just tip it. Yeah, just.
Oh, actually, what I'll do is.
Sorry, bumping the mic. Oh, there we go.
And let me turn it like that to get...
Okay, so the focus is... There we go. It's fixed. There we go. Yeah.
There. Okay, there you go.
That should be pretty good.
It's okay.
Tighter than that? Oh, there. There. Okay.
Cool. There you go. Nice.
Okay, so we'll apply that. Yeah, so anything you set down. So we might not even need a background now. The focus is
we don't.
fixed. Yeah,
look at that. Cool.
Yeah. So now it won't bounce, and we can put everything. I can put disturbing metal abyssal doors. Look at that. Yeah.
Nice. That thing's pretty big.
Yeah, it's huge.
Oh yeah, now I can put one of my little.
There we go. Yeah, everything will stay in focus then. That's cool. How we do it.
And I'll just leave a miniature there because basically along that line is where the focus stays.
Okay.
Cool.
Very good.
Now I've got a couple more heads and stuff.
All right.
Ugh. So what do you want to look at first?
I'm just reading the chat. They're talking snacks and junk food in the chat.
Oh yeah. Here, let me.
Oh yeah.
Let me pop one of the cultist heads. You know, I like cultist heads, and I realize, okay, this is all kind of influenced by British stuff, right? Like the classic cultist head is what you had from old Warhammer 40k with the hood, and I'm like, I like it. It's cool. Really wish it didn't evoke the Ku Klux Klan.
Right. Yeah, the kind of the pointed hood.
Yeah, the pointed hood.
Yeah.
It kind of needs something like a mouth grate or something else in the front where, like, I was playing around with the Stargrave mercenary sprue. And again, they're okay. They just need something to kind of ungenericize them.
Right.
Did I forget an arm somewhere? Anyway. Oh, here it is. And so I was just, let's see what they look like with Stargrave cultist heads. They look pretty cool. They also look like space KKK guys.
Right.
So let's not do that.
Yeah, is there like horns or something you could actually, like, something that would distract it from looking like a peaked... Yeah.
There's got to be something. Oh, here you go. I'm just ripping some heads off so you can...
Oh, cool.
If you want, put some goblin heads on that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if you could... Yeah, if there was something else... You
just need, like horns or something. Right.
And
I gotta say, even though I got them as a mistake, and like props to the service for North Star Miniatures, all I did was snap a pic of the cultist box, say, I ordered the female soldiers, and they sent one to me free of charge. They said, sorry about that, here's your order. So I got the cultist by accident. They've since become my favorite kit because, like, as long as you need... or as long as whatever you're making could be dressed in like raggedy clothes. They work as goddamn anything. Like,
that's great.
Stick a head on it, and it's like it's a new soldier. Stick kind of a guardsman head and like arms on it. Like, you got a heretic trooper. All this stuff. So like they're great. Like the one I'm going to put up right now. There you go. That raggedy person over there. Stargrave.
Yeah.
Crew head. Stargrave arms and a cultist body, and it just looks like some kind of snow trooper.
Right. Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, these goblin heads are awesome on the on the.
So I will, as I don't know what I would use them for, and I have more than enough. I will happily swap you like 5.
Oh, sure.
Of those mercenary bodies. I even pull out some. All my Stargrave stuff is in here.
Nice.
Oh, very cool. Well, plus you didn't even open the orcs. The orcs might have awesome heads as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. Because helmets would be nice as well.
Let me get out my Starbarians. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, she's off screen.
Yeah, these are great. Stargrave with orc heads is pretty awesome. Goblin heads. Yeah, that's right. We got bigger orcs.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I like all the little bits on the goblin slaves. You got like open hands. You got slingers, bits for slingers. You got little bits of chain. You got little whips, clubs. Ooh, and that's a pretty cool looking standard. Just a skull.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Stick.
Yeah, look at Yeah, very cool. Oh, that's the one thing I like about Oathmark too, is because it's ranks of 5, so much of the navigation. So if you put a standard bearer or something identifiable, that's your pivot.
Yep.
That's like where you're. That's where you're representing like all the movement. So it's kind of easy to visually kind of recognize that. And
because one of the moves that they can do is like reform, right? Like they either pivot from the center or they do a reform, which is, I think, the officer or wherever the center stays the same can rotate as far as they want, and everyone else just forms up around them. Right? Like you don't get to move as far, obviously, or at all that turn. But let's see. Did your leg fall asleep then?
Yeah, I just put it behind the mic stand, which was not a good position. Oh, I get it.
Oh yeah, everything is just blue tacked together. Okay. So
yeah, I don't want to lose any little bits. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I like. So a nice combination, I think, of because some of these, like for pilots and medics and stuff, would work really well. But yeah, for soldiers, those mercenary bodies are so cool. They're like stormtrooper armor. They're really nice.
Oh wait, this head definitely has mutton chops. Is that mutton chops or I can't tell?
Oh, or part of the helmet? Yeah. Because,
well, I guess I can't really blame them, but there's no female heads for Perry Miniatures Napoleonic stuff.
Ah, right.
So the best I can do for my Stargrave, I guess it's going to be either Exo or Commander, is to choose a head without an obvious mustache.
Oh, right. yeah.
Kind of That's a fresh-faced recruit, and then that'll work.
Yeah, the Stargrave crew 2 female heads, there's some really good ones. And there's like older, like there's they're
small.
They're tiny. Yeah, that's true. But they've got a really nice variation.
Yeah, there's a nice variation. There's like aliens. They got a nice variety of like age and kind of ethnicities too. My one complaint, the one Frostgrave kit that doesn't mix very well is barbarians. Right? Like any other kind of head or arms on a barbarian body works, like I'm doing my over here. But like while they look fine, any of the crew 2 heads on that barbarian body, I'm like, she doesn't look Kin Nikumacho, right? She looks like a normal person, bulked up in furs. I want a female, like I should have bought a box after it came out. Like I want a female barbarian head, but I'm kind of worried that North Star Miniatures just made like their normal female size heads were like, no, I want someone who looks like she would fucking like chew you up in armor and spit you out.
Right.
But I do like that. Like they're great kits. I put on my
they're really
together. Oh! they all fell off.
Oh no. Yeah, there's just so many options.
Yeah.
It's really great.
But you do really have to. That's why I use blue tack to put all my stuff together. Because I'm like, do I want that? Does it look good?
Yeah.
Is there a kind of like not necessarily a rule for it? Because the games we're playing now are pretty lenient in, WYSIWYG.
Yeah.
What you see is what you get kind of stuff.
Wow. Oh, so one sprue it has 5 bodies.
Yep.
But 18 heads.
Yep.
That's insane. I guess that's good for sci-fi because, there's some things that maybe you don't want to do, but fish face is pretty nice. Yeah, fish face.
Yeah,
jeez.
I tried them on some of the bites. I'm like, I don't like that at all. Like, the heads look cool by themselves.
But
sometimes I'm like, it's in context. That's not what I was going for.
I see.
But yeah, totally.
Wow.
Extra little bits. Oh yeah, there. There's the other cultist head.
Oh, nice pointing with a pistol. That's good.
I think that came from the mercenaries sprue. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
I tried to keep all the stuff that I wasn't using relatively separate.
Nice. Oh, K5. No, I didn't check the date on my resin yet. It's been so cold here. I don't have a good way to ventilate without freezing out the whole house. So I haven't. But yeah, I hope. So I was almost out. The resin that came with the printer is almost gone. So even if that's expired, yeah. But K5 was just telling me, the photo resin expires.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, you got to be careful. So it's so obviously it won't be as reactive. Like the chemical reaction will be. And so it may not even harden. So I'll take a look. I have a full a 500 milliliter of the ABS strength one, and that was pretty new. So, but I do have to check. It's been like a year since I printed anything. Oh wow! So I gotta be careful. Yeah, things have just been down for a while because I ordered the new film and and it's just I
Speaking of
what I had to do as far as tweaking the sliced models is set it so that things took twice as long. I'd have 100% guaranteed not fail. They won't fail.
Right.
But a 4-hour print is an 8-hour print. So it's just that's really slowed me down. But the detail is better, and it's not going to fall off the supports. But I was like, and the print plate is so small on that original mono that I have that
which is why we kind of started playing War Master.
Yeah, right. just why it's like, you can print these little tiny things immediately. Yeah, so I thought I could get some heads printed for today, but the weather was not gonna
cooperate.
Let that happen. Yeah, it was crazy.
My voice started to go on.
Yeah, so we may randomly disappear. One of us may go off stream and hit the convenience store and buy some drinks or whatever while this is ongoing. Oh yeah, I'm gonna check in Oathmark. Now everybody can see from behind the book if there are actual hounds or anything. Actually,
there's got to be wolves or something.
Yeah, these as cavalry would be so insane. Like I think I might have some skeleton. If they're riders that are separate from horses, that would be so cool to put something bizarre on the back of a hellhound. Because I got one of those back maybe like 10 years ago. I got one of those Mantic random boxes of sprues and things, and so there are the Basilian, the human kingdom, whatever their good human kingdom is in Mantic fantasy, riding panthers. So there's panther mounted cavalry. So I have panther cavalry that could have some pretty cool riders on them.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was actually I've had those miniatures forever and haven't done much with them, but that random. It had there was a whole unit of goblin archers and then the human cavalry on cats. So a lot of really. That
kind of reminds me of the back when I was playing War Machine and Hordes. Mm-hmm. They had kind of like Sandcat. The Scorn faction had like Sandcat riders, which was kind of like scaly panthers.
Right.
Everything was metal.
Yeah. Right.
And the amount I spent on that.
Of metal and just the weight, the pure weight.
Yeah. that was one of the games where I did the usual thing I do and said, I'm going to encourage people to play this with me by building all the factions.
Right. So yeah, you have armies already built.
I mean, it's a good idea until you get to like your wallet, and then you're like, oh, why did I do this?
Right. Well, I think, and some of these games, especially the McCullough games, are better in that sense that it's easier to like you're not. I think like War Machine Hordes and 40K and even fantasy and things. There's a weird power creep, and they're always trying to push you into new units, but with games that are kind of miniature agnostic, you're not stuck in this. Well, this unit sucks. I would never play this. You can build for a variety of things and just kind of like figure out what kind of army you want to play, as opposed to them doing the power creep with the rules and trying to get you to buy something new and get you to replace stuff.
Well, I wonder if...
Because even War Machine had a little bit of that when I was like, because I bought one of the starter sets. I was trying to decide which faction, and then when I started reading too much, it was just like it reminded me more of like Netrunner, where it's like, oh, this is the new meta, and don't play these anymore. These are garbage, and so the meta really turned me off from what.
No, I get that. Yeah. Apparently, War Machine's up to like Mark 4 now, and it has like, from what I hear, kind of scaled back, where like they've. I don't know, I'm hearing this all like third hand, but there used to be like 12 warcasters per like faction. Each one had a special ability that really kind of dictated which units you went and play style. I think they've like scaled back to like 4 per faction, which means like if your person made the cut, congratulations. If it didn't, I mean, you're still playing. You can still totally play essentially like kitchen table games, right? But
no, that's true. And that similar thing happened to Malifaux too. That they did a next edition and really screwed with the factions. And Nick, the guy that was actually getting everybody into Malifaux, a lot of his goblin army, goblin gangs and stuff. The units were just obsoleted or just out of the game. So that sucks. You painted and you have these units, and they're just like, no, they're not there anymore, and there's no way to add them. Oh, giant spider.
There you go, Wolver.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, Wolver. Yeah, shape-shifting. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Well, there's got to be... Ooh, sorry. Let me close up that.
Well, I can do... I can probably turn any cavalry. I can use...
any cavalry,
cavalry. Casters and soldiers.
I forgot that body's actually a wizard. that's a Frostgrave wizard with a flamethrower.
Oh, nice. Well, that's like the one of the old school Citadel miniatures. The most sought after is the wizard with the machine gun.
Yeah.
Right. It's like
I made one of those. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, you put like Stargrave arms and like the typical pointy hat Gandalf wizard, and just like I cast machine gun. Right? That's where I got that kind of like tech witch when we were playing Brawl Arcane, the one that got smashed by the moving furniture.
Yeah.
It was just like a Stargrave Crew 2 body with the witch head. I'm like, that looks pretty cool. And then she got flattened by a moving dresser. It was a calculated risk.
Yes.
On a 1 on a die roll, this thing will flatten me. What'd you roll, Jeremy? 1. Oh! Last hit point. Gone. Dresser.
Yeah. There are wolves. Yeah, that's cool. So
there's wolves.
That's how hounds will work as wolves from the dark hills of the marches.
That'll fit over there.
Nice. Oh yeah, very cool. Oh, and wolf riders. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, goblins would definitely have to have some wolf riders.
It's goblin wolf riders, thanks to the Hobbit, are just kind of something you fantasy games have to have, right?
It seems
like orcs ride boars, goblins ride wolves, right?
Right.
Like that's just how it is.
Yeah, they did those cool spider riders for Warhammer Fantasy. That one, the dwarves versus goblins. They have a bunch of goblins riding spiders.
Oh yeah,
which is,
the little forest goblins.
Yeah, right. Yeah, those. Yeah, specifically. Yeah. Well, there's somebody just hitting metal.
Yeah. I'm doing something. Clang, 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 clang.
Nice. I have some really random stuff in this box. So I have a whole catapult crew and set from just straight orcs, but I get this a little.
Oh, a little. What is that? A rat skeleton?
Yeah, it's like a skeletal rat. Cool. Yeah, look at this little dude here. He's just hanging out. And then a casualty from a cannon misfire. It's literally boots with just with like leg bones, sticking out of it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I guess to make your bases and stuff a little bit more
thematic.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm going to do with them, other than casualty markers. But for my sludge and turnip regiments, buying a lot of Perry miniatures and the command sprues. Very often, the command sprues have like 1 or 2 casualties. Just like this guy just like sprawled on the ground, either like face up or face down. I used one of them for my sludge chaplain. Like I used there's a skirmishing body that was kneeling, and so I used like a Stargrave book and the Stargrave raised hand. So it's like I actually have a chaplain now kneeling over this casualty, giving last rites, which I'm like, that looks fucking awesome.
That is great. Yeah.
It's 1 out of like 15 of these identical casualties that I have. So I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of them. I'm going to have to do like a couple and like snip their heads off and replace it with like the great helms I have for turnip. But I found out, like I said this on social media too, like going through, I'm like, wow, I've got like 20 spare American War of Independence British troops. And people are like, that's almost like a whole other turnip regiment. I'm like, yeah, except they don't have any helmets, right? Like, and that's the thing, like, especially for turnip, you don't have to cover their heads, but covering their heads just like immediately takes them out of whatever normal historical time period they're in.
Right.
Because without it, I'm just like, that's just some British dudes. Regardless of how you paint them, right? That's just some British dudes, right? So they need something.
Yeah.
And headgear is, I think, like the best way to do it, where you're like, immediately, that is not normal.
Right.
Which is kind of something I want for turnip. And speaking of which, I think that Kickstarter is not showing any signs of slowing down.
Oh, wow. Well, that's great. And this is, that's right. This is the first time they've done it too. So it's great if they're getting a big response. Very cool.
That reminds me of like we were talking about the Henry Cavill thing, right?
Oh,
like, what kind of boost would these little games get?
Yes.
If someone who already had a huge audience just said, oh, by the way, I'm playing this, or painting up my whatever miniatures, right? And then people would look in. There has been like a huge influx of new Discord users in the turnip server from the Kickstarter.
Oh, right.
People like specifically saying, showing up going, learned about it through the Kickstarter. How do I get started? And like, just pop it in to say hello, stuff like that. So I think that's one of those, it's one of those things where there was already a pretty successful and active and friendly community. So that the support was like already there for when the Kickstarter happened. It immediately got backed because it wasn't not going to. But then when new people are coming in, there's enough friendly people to go, oh yeah, here's how you get started, or do all that stuff. Because that's one of the downsides for me of Discord.
Yeah.
Because I was in the Cortex Discord for a while, and I was pretty active, and there was always new people coming in going, how do I do X, or how do I do Y? And it got pretty tiring. It's not only Discord, it's the limited memory of social media, and how I think that's actually being intentionally enhanced. That's the wrong word, right? But like there's blogs, but back when it was like an FAQ, there was a place you could go to find out, instead of it disappearing behind like 50, 100 other messages that just stack up. And I honestly got burned out of people asking like the same question. But if there's no easy way for people to find it on themselves, they have to, right? And there's nothing against people asking, just, this isn't my job, I'm tired of answering this question. So I eventually got kind of burned out.
Interesting. Yeah.
I guess it links back to like, if there's enough friendly people in a thing so that it kind of doesn't fall onto one person,
right,
then I think that's a lot more helpful, right?
Yeah, I've seen Discords and I think even Facebook groups that they have a pinned message that says, go read this FAQ. Do not ask anything that's on here. No one is going to answer. Like, they were a bit hostile about it, so you could tell that they were a bit, like, we've already been over this, 1,000 times. So, but that's a really unfriendly way to see a group. It's like, okay, so you guys don't want to,
I would have joined. Well,
I mean, exactly.
They're the people who said, well, I would have joined, but you were mean to me, right? And then, like, you were never going to join, right? Right? Like, all the people are like, I was going to buy your game, except you badmouth D&D. Well, no, you weren't going to buy it anyway. But no, I think you kind of have to do that, right? Mm-hmm. Because otherwise it's people always asking the same question. And you don't have to be a dick about it, but it's like, please read the FAQ, right? Maybe what you were asking has already been answered, right? And you don't have to be like mean about it, but when someone says, what if I should do this? Like, did you check the FAQ?
Yeah, I wonder if, I know this sounds pretty terrible, but I wonder if something like a chatbot would help that. It's just like,
maybe.
Ask the chatbot. The chatbot has the FAQ built into it, so go here and ask that question. And people that, they just want the social interaction or whatever. Even if they're talking to a chatbot, they're like, okay, I guess I feel welcome here. But something like that might be a bit of a remedy, but that's a really cold, kind of ugly, solution to that. But in some ways, though, that would save a lot of time, and people could have a more interactive, like they'd already be interacting with the community, even though they're basically just talking to an FAQ. And then they can start, once they've got all of that kind of figured out, they can participate more. But there's something, there has to be something there, because Discord servers and things like that, they do promote just people in Facebook groups, just people jumping in and say, hey, what is this? What's going on? Tell me everything. And people are like,
I think there's other possible solutions to that. Like, there's the chatbot, but then there's also like, okay, you would have to pay people, right? Which is going to not be a possible option for some people. But it's like, okay, it's your job, right? Like, your sole responsibility is to kind of be the welcome person, right? And if people want to do that, then okay, great. Or if the community
like a Walmart greeter, do you get
exactly, right? Yeah, maybe.
Welcome to Walmart.
Or if your community is active enough.
Welcome to Cortex Prime. Have a nice day.
There's going to be enough people. There's always going to be someone to answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tricky, and I think some people have felt kind of burnt or kind of frustrated by participating in a community, actually putting a lot of hours in, and then just not really getting anything out of it, or not really feeling.
That's the thing. Like, if you're, it doesn't have to be. There's my troopers. It doesn't. People can absolutely do stuff just for the joy of doing it, right? Like, not everything has to be monetized. Mm-hmm. Not everything has to be paid or some kind of promotion. But where people get burnt out is feeling like I'm not getting anything back for the investment I'm putting in.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So some people are just like, I'm helping people, and that's kind of all I need, right? I feel like I'm getting something out of the time I am spending helping these new people get into the community, and that's totally fine. By the way, you want some like weird lizard heads that came on the
those are great.
Mercenary sprue?
Oh, those are
got
really
the chimp
good.
head,
Yeah, those are good. Yeah, I love the what is it? Atlantic? Yeah, the War Games Atlantic. They're lizard men with the AK-47. I mean, I really want to play a game that uses machine gun wielding lizard men.
Well, we got Xenos rampant.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That can happen.
I like that too. I like how they're doing because War Games Atlantic is soon putting out their ogre kit.
Oh,
and I think you get like 3. No, sorry. You get like 9 ogres because they're pretty beefy, but they have medieval and futuristic weapons. Like, the bodies don't really change, and so sometimes it looks a little bit silly to have almost like your classic Empire-dressed ogre wielding some kind of like obviously sci-fi weapon.
Right.
But the fact that, because they do that with their giant spiders too, like their giant spiders come there's a couple like ranged bioweapon options and a weird little monocle piece if you wanted to use these spiders for like in a sci-fi game, right?
Yeah.
So it's good. Like they're lizard men, they're ogres, they're giant spiders. Work as either, depending on how you assemble them.
That's cool.
They're too small to be magnetized, which is my go-to, right? I want to magnetize these things, right? Then I can use that's both. But
nice. Hey, Casey, how's it going?
What am I going to assemble over here?
Nice. Yeah, so we're going through our big haul from North Star. Miniatures of all their fantasy stuff for Oathmark. Yeah, so these are the official, like the licensed Oathmark boxes.
Yep.
And so we've got kind of a couple of things going on as far as putting together.
Only opened one box.
I know.
You only looked at the Goblin Slaves. You still got
true.
Orc infantry, elf infantry, skeleton infantry, dwarf infantry.
Yes. Oh, sorry about that. I hope that wasn't nobody's wearing headphones hearing that. Very cool. Oh, very cool.
Oh, you're reading the chat? Nice.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yes, I am. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, so, lots of miniature board games and things. But, yeah, so if you watch the weekly normally and you just see our little white set, this is what's actually off,
on the other side,
camera, yeah. So we might actually switch to something like this and organize it a little bit more so it's just not so much
I'm saying but I will not be involved. I'll just do what I normally do. Show up, ready to record, be like, wow, it looks fantastic in here.
Yeah, and we can actually, like, light those shelves then behind us. If we're going to put stuff, if we're going to have stuff there, we should probably light them a little bit. But, lots of miniature nonsense going on. I got to turn toward the microphone.
Yep.
So the chat and the microphone is not... Oh, very good.
All right, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to see what this... British Dragoon head looks like on the dwarf body. Not fantastic.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So the books that were up front, I was going through the Oathmark. But so these are the all Joseph McCullough games, but
get the shine off it. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So Oathmark is more of a ranked fantasy, more large scale battles, and of course, if you know Frostgrave and Stargrave, it's little crews or warbands.
Yep. Max 10 for Stargrave and Frostgrave.
Yes, right.
And Oathmark, the minimum is probably like 30.
Yes, right. Yeah, your army is, and so that's so cool that they do the boxes of 30, and one box is very reasonably priced.
It's in pounds, isn't it? But it's like like $25.
Yeah, right. So that's insane so it's less than $1 a miniature and with insane levels of customization. I mean, what that does though is it gives you a more classic pose. You don't have any sweeping across the body or bounding on 1 foot miniatures, but there is enough variety in the bodies that you get some nice looks.
Yeah. So with Oathmark it was like 6 sprues, 6 identical sprues, and each sprue had 5 bodies. Right. And then, like you said, like the Goblin Slaves has like 10 heads, like 3, 6, like, how many? Like 6 one-handed weapons, like 6 slings, enough for like a standard bearer and like a champion. So each sprue comes, like you can put each sprue together in a bunch of different ways. So between all the different options you get for the 6 sprues, even though it's only 5 different body types, you can hide it.
Right. Yeah. Right. It won't look identical at all because there's a lot of stuff.
It's the same thing with their Frostgrave and Stargrave kits. Usually it's a sprue and you get 5 bodies, more than enough heads, more than enough arms. Like, that's why I'm actually building so many Stargrave crews. Like, I've got more arms than I'll ever use on the trooper kit. Let's put them on a dwarf body, see what they look like. Oh, that looks awesome, right? Yes. There you go. I have no idea how I'm going to use all these heads.
Yeah.
Unless I do like a predator totem hunter thing where I just like drill a hole through all of them and just like, yep, he's got 5 banners just racked up with heads.
Yeah, that's right. I never thought of that. You could be a Xenos hunter and take all these little alien heads.
I honestly don't know if I would do that because it kind of seems like a waste of a head, but I don't know what else you're going to do with all these heads.
Right. Yeah, it is a lot.
What kit was that? The
this is the crew too.
Oh yeah, I ripped all the heads off the mercenary.
Oh, okay, cool.
Over there,
okay.
if you want to look at them. And
cool. But there is a decent variety of
that's the
of poses. kind of charging or
here's all the mercenary sprue as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those lizard heads are great. Was that a dog? Yeah, like a dog.
Yeah, you got kind of some like a canine head, a couple lizard heads.
Yeah, and then a lot of helmeted. Yeah. Yeah, this is what we're looking at, if you can see. But yeah, the huge variety. Hey Ray, how's it going?
I think I'm gonna.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's actually nice. The starting size for and the battlefield size. So the
it's like 3x3?
2x4. Yeah,
wow.
It's a long. So this table that we're on now is like already set. We could easily do a smaller scale Oathmark. Yeah. Like I think once you're over a single box, like once you're over 30 miniatures, then you should probably go to 4x6. But yeah, 2x4. So yeah, you basically are just like marching. You're not gonna be flanking all that much with the, but that's a pretty that's pretty cool that was the kind of starting size for Oathmark.
I appreciate smaller size games.
Yeah, and because it puts you in. Yeah, there's not like a lot of games have like a wasted round, or you're just kind of like
I wasn't even thinking that. Yeah,
you're just positioning and like okay.
I mean, positioning is important, right? But that reminds me of Twilight Imperium 3 now, where I liked that game. It was kind of a pain in the butt, but when I first opened up the rules, I'm like, after I read them, simulated first turns. Why would I want to simulate the first? Oh, because and after playing like twice or three times, I'm like, now I understand why you would want to simulate the first couple turns, because they always play out basically the same way. So I kind of think that's not a fault of the game, but if the first couple turns of your game are always the same, maybe find a way to not have that, right?
Right, yeah.
Which they did. They're like, okay, you can shortcut it and just set things up this way. And I'm like, okay, that works.
Yeah. Yeah, shouldn't that be then default deploy? That should be the default. Yeah, the second turn should be the first turn. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I was listening to a little bit the guys that I played Blade Runner with. One of them played the Twilight Imperium roll and write version.
I'm curious about roll and write.
So no miniatures, but a lot of so you have all these dashboards, and so you're like things are happening between, like it's just like creating a complex machine that where things are your kind of points will funnel into different areas and stuff. So I don't know. Do you think? I don't know. I really like games that have, a lot of miniatures and you're kind of moving things on a map. And do you think you'll get the same sort of experience when you're just like, I've generated so many, delegation points for the console, and and then but then I'm mining over here, and there's like, I don't know. It just seems like there's a little bit of it might just be showing the system. You're just playing the system.
It's kind of like,
and not there's nothing to distract you from the fact that it's just you're just mathing around.
But isn't that kind of like sorry, I'm trying to count my little space dwarves here. 1, 2, 3, 4. The other two. But it's kind of like I'm behind the logos too, Euro games, but like Euro board games, right? Where like the simplicity, like the theme of Euro games can often feel completely devoid from the mechanics, right? We're pushing around little wooden cubes, right? And but we're supposed to be like great, fantastic armies or something, right? And like, here's my little cube, that's a dragon, right? But then you have your Ameritrash games, which are like the opposite, where it's like everything has to be super sculpted and really linked to the theme, and you can never use it for anything else, right?
I
don't know. So some games work, right? And sometimes, like after playing them, you're like, wow, okay, I would not have expected to like this, or I wouldn't have expected the mechanics to work so well, but it just does. And like, I'm not taken out of it. Some games don't. And I can't put it any maybe more succinct than that, because sometimes things work and sometimes things don't, and you just got to play it and see what happens.
No, that's true. And it is there can be some interesting dynamics between setting and mechanics and things that are magical.
What heads are these?
Nice.
Oh no, that is Trooper.
Yeah, right. That's right. Yeah, that 2x4 board size. It does feel like a road or a valley that you're charging into.
If you flip it, if you go down, or if you flip it like 4x2, then you're going that way, right?
Right.
By the way, you want a squid head for anything?
Oh yeah, let me see the squid head.
Let me see if I can, oh, this is all mercenary stuff, I think.
Oh, okay.
Here you go.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yeah, these are all mercenary.
Mercenary heads. Nice.
Yeah, if you want to look through.
Okay. Come on, blue tech. Oh, that's really cool. On that armored body. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Zoidberg.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. Well, that one didn't end up working so well. So
nice. There's the squid head.
Oh, yeah, wow. Right front and center, yeah. Here, back one.
That looks great. Dang.
I like the boots.
Yeah. Very cool.
All right. That did not look very good. Huh.
Yeah, I like that they don't screw you. It's not like hot dogs and hot dog buns.
Oh.
Like Oathmark is like, yeah, minimum 30, here's 30 miniatures in one box. Just buy one box, you're good. Yeah. It's not like, okay, it's 30 miniatures, but we only sell 12. We only sell 12 in a box, so you're going to have to buy 3 boxes, but you're going to have 6 extra. But, we need that. We want that profit. Yeah, I think they do a good job about giving you the ability to get into the game and not feeling ripped off.
Well, it's kind of like I do like that. Even games we used to play, like Netrunner.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
where like the core set, the core box set, you're like, okay, you can only have 3 of each copy, or 3 copies of each card. That's the maximum.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no rarity because we just kind of give you everything. But you're only getting 1 copy of this card. You're probably going to want 3 of in there. Huh?
Yeah, the fact that buying 3 core boxes
which I did, and I was happy about it because I liked that game.
And having so many duplicates of cards that
The only upside there, it allowed me to keep together like 3 decks at a time.
Yeah,
because there were some cards you wanted across multiple sets, and I'm like, well, now I have 3 play sets of these, right?
That's right. So, you run into that pretty early. It's like, okay, well, I want to try this deck, but I got to take cards out of here.
Yeah. That's all. That was kind of annoying. So I'm not justifying them. Well, I kind of am. Sorry, now I'm counting.
Here's the bag of ammo for that catapult.
Oh,
heads.
Or it's just a bag of skulls.
It is just a bag.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I still say I don't have any of the models, but you should just like get an ogre. And it's just a spoon, and here's his bag of ingredients. Right. There you go.
Delicious heads. Oh man. Yeah. So I thought this was. I think there are still.
Yeah. Okay.
Pieces of chaos dwarf somewhere else.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, actually, let me take a look. I'm just curious about how the Warhammer. I think the scale is so completely different. I think these Warhammer goblin heads are gigantic.
Gigantimos.
Yeah, that more heroic or 90s scale.
Where? Oh, that's falling off.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, these guys. Yep. Thanks.
Oh, the mercenaries there.
Yeah, I just want to see. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's huge.
It's a very funhouse. Yeah, funhouse mirror. Yeah, that won't. Yeah, that won't work. But I was just curious if how they line up.
Here, let me see one of those heads real quick.
Oh, sure.
Stick it on a dwarf.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it could a short body. It could kind of the proportions could be kind of interesting.
Well, it doesn't have a neck.
Oh yeah, there's no
it's just on the torso.
Nice.
That doesn't work.
It looks like they're wearing like a paper mache, like a carnival float mask or something. Yeah.
Wow, those heads are huge.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, but I guess that's the old hammer kind of scale where the fists are so huge.
Yeah, but that's like old hammer plastic orc kit size head.
Yeah.
I would not.
Oh yeah, that's true. Then goblins. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they are pretty huge. Yeah, so my dream of Stargrave goblins, I think that's not going to happen. But I mean, I think using the North Star.
Oh yeah, and plus you haven't even opened up the.
The actual orcs.
Orc.
Yeah, let's take a look at those orc.
There we go.
Orc infantry. Nice. Oh yeah, we've got some really good helmets here too. Yeah, I wonder if there's things we can do to make the helmets a little sci-fi as well.
Well, I'm wondering. So I think I'm going to commit to. The reason I use blue tack for all this stuff is because I'm real indecisive with all my pieces. I'm like, well, okay, I only have so many of these and so many of those, and do I really want to put those together and whatnot?
Right.
But I think I'm going to commit to these space dwarves.
Oh yeah, they look really good.
But it's obviously medieval armor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping a paint job in like a non-metallic color.
Right.
I might even go in like leagues of. Well, I'm not going to do white because I think my troopers are going to be white.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking like yellow, like industrial, like hazard yellow. Like that would clearly help show it as this. No, this is not like metal armor. This is some kind of like composite ceramite kind of stuff.
Right.
And that might take it out of fantasy. So how are the orc heads looking?
Oh yeah, the orc heads are good scale. Yeah, and they're nice and.
Because they got that under. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't look at those orc heads and not think about my kid and her annoying habit of. I don't know why. Like she's just started. It must be someone at school, right? It's just the number of times I have to say mouth.
Really?
Or just like tap her. She'll just sit down.
Wow, that's funny. Yeah,
it's funny talking. Not funny. Sometimes I gotta correct it. Come on.
Wow. Yeah, but no.
If you really want to go for broke, put a skeleton head on it.
Oh yeah. Well, the that would be very cool. The mercenary armor. Yeah, the big armor. Yeah, with the skeleton head would be brilliant.
It looks like the one downside here when mixing Oathmark and Frostgrave kits is like, at least for the orcs and possibly the goblins, there's a hollow in the back of the head where it would sit on a neck, where the Frostgrave, Stargrave stuff, the heads have a bump that fit into a hole on the neck.
Right, yeah.
So you do have to do some modeling here.
A little bit, yeah. It'd be nice if we had a bunch of like little cannonballs or something from it that were just the perfect scale.
Oh, you know what? The little BBs I find are probably too big.
Mm-hmm.
But you just like model yourself.
Oh yeah, just a little, just
green
a
stuff nub.
That's true. A little piece of green stuff will make a neck. Yeah, there's some really good heads in these orcs.
I got more.
Interesting. Yeah.
What are the size of these bases compared to the ones over there? Because the Fireforged Dwarf kit came with both round and square bases, and I don't think I'm going to use the. Come on.
Oh, these are these guys.
I'm probably not going to use the square ones.
Oh yeah, that's a cool. That would be a really cool board too. Like the shallows of a river, like some so there's like the water terrain or the terrain is all.
Oh, those are like 20 millimeters to the Oathmark 25. My one gripe with Renedra, they make the great precision molded bases. They don't say what size they are on the sprue. So like I've bought a bunch of like 60 millimeter, 50 millimeter, a crap ton of 40 miller round bases for sludge because line infantry is 3 models on a round base. And like I know I have enough, and I've like bagged them all in separate bags. But if I just pull one out and look at them, I'm like, I wish you said on the sprue what size this was, so I don't have to like lay it down on my thing. But those look noticeably smaller than the ones that came. I was thinking the ones that came with
those
Oathmark
the Oathmark. Yeah, so these are definitely 1 inch, and I think these are 1.5.
Yeah. So like 20 millimeter to 50, 25 millimeter probably.
Yeah. Or actually 20. Oh, so yeah, this is definitely 25 mil.
Oh, that's 25.
Yeah. Oh. So these are probably 30.
Hey, we've got a gridded thing right
here. So
these
are Oh, that's right. Yeah, so these are 30. I think. Are those 30? Are they 3?
Nope, those are 25.
Oh, those are 25. So
those
these
must be 20.
These are. Oh, 20.
20.
Oh, these are 20. Okay. I thought, okay. Because these fit those adhesive magnet sheets.
Yeah, and which are 20 by 20.
Oh, those are 20. Okay, okay. That's what it is then. Oh, I thought for sure, yeah. So they are less than an inch. Okay.
Oof, don't drop
That's
that.
right. Yeah, we have everything on the cutting sheet. Interesting. Yeah.
6, cool. Okay, I'll do it.
All right. So yeah, these are 20. Yeah, 2.5.
I thought 25 was kind of the standard.
Right. I thought it was too. I'm thinking 25 round.
Yeah.
Oh no, they are 20. Yeah, let's see. Oh, this. Wait, 32s and
32s.
These are. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I guess these are kind of 25. Yeah, round. I guess round is the thing that's throwing me off. Yeah.
Yeah,
these are 25 because round looks small.
The old 25mm GW base.
Yeah.
Ooh. Only because I'm cutting off a sludge head here. It looks like sludge miniatures are going back to the creator, because for a while they were available for sale on the Black Site Studios.
Oh,
right. That's where I got all the head conversion kits from, and I said, "Oh, you're having a sale like a couple weeks ago," and I'm like, I can't find any of your sludge stuff except for your MDF terrain, which is kind of what they specialize in. Like that's how they started, and I'm like, I know I bought stuff from you before, and I'm kind of willing to pony up some money to get the kind of Arabian style Keth heads, because I also need some more heads for my other army. I'm like, and you're not there anymore. Finally went back on the Facebook groups, and I hate Facebook, so I like sludge if I went back on the Facebook and find out.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, so they're off the Black Site Studio website because they might be going back to the creator, Sean Sutter Art, who also does Relic Blade. Right, like he's the one who sculpted them, and I guess he had a partnership or something with distribution. Like there's no final decision, or there's no super detailed information other than still finishing up a lot of stuff for Relic Blade. In the future, they'll be available again, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Hopefully, they'll be a bit, not necessarily cheaper, but easier to. Maybe the shipping would be less expensive, I hope.
Yeah.
Because shipping to Japan killed me on that. But I still did it, so right?
Right.
You didn't have to do it, but I did. Right.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so 11.
Where did I stick? There's so much stuff up here now. There's one other. Nice. So, since we said we're going to save it for the cast, how well do you think the new Warhammer 40k Amazon series is going to do?
Oh, well, I think
since Henry Cavill has hung up his cloak,
that's right,
or his cape as Superman,
right,
and hung up his Zweihander as the Witcher.
Yeah, right, as Geralt, of Rivia. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Amazon. It depends on how much. They said it's going to be their UK division, which is good. The UK is going to do 40k. I think that will go a little bit better.
Maybe they'll only say 6 episodes in the series and then we're done.
Yeah, right. That'd go a little bit better than they're casting it in the US and everything. Although, I don't know. UK has the same kind of problems with creatives that America does, where it just that things get really diluted, or people get real power crazy. They have to put their fingerprints all over something. So I'm a little worried about that. But the interesting thing that we were talking about is, of course, Henry Cavill. I mean, he's already publicly talked about his love for 40k.
Has he?
Yeah.
Like how much?
Like he talked about the army he painted. He on social media he posted the little heads of his. Yeah. He's painting the little heads of his. He's talking about his. What's his faction? The gold
Space Marines.
The gold. No,
Adeptus Custodes.
Yeah, Custodes. Yeah. His Custodes.
Nerd
army, and I think he even
fucking real army, the Tyranids.
He's brought it up in a couple of interviews too, like a hobby, like what do you do in your free time or whatever. He's brought up Warhammer, but the the thing that I was thinking about, and how it's impossible for someone of like kind of his status. I mean, he's made millions of dollars, so he's not an individual; he's a corporation.
Okay. Yep.
And he has to, like, the whole culture that we're in. I had this much more concisely formulated previously when I was thinking about it, but he can't. Kind of recklessly throw his influence around because it has such huge effects, and we've already seen that from, just like when people, like when Elon Musk references a cryptocurrency or something, and immediately the value jumps up. Like you have to be very responsible.
Do you?
With how,
you just brought up an example that's not.
No, but you should be, and we're in this world where people are talking about things that they're actually, it's a paid endorsement, but they're acting like it's casual. So I think he has to be
like all those cryptocurrency bros who are now getting kind of
and like
celebrities,
and it's in like cosmetics, for like makeup YouTubers, and like it just goes everywhere, and even like NFTs and stuff. That was a problem with how people endorse stuff. So he's got this weird kind of responsibility. He would have to align himself with something that was at the top of a market. So he can't talk about anything independent because the effect that his endorsement of it would have, like you said, would be huge. It would suddenly that would change. Like if Henry Cavill said, I'm a huge Frostgrave player and that's my favorite system, I love that so much, that would just like shift this really crazy balance. And he's already participating in the superhero movies and Netflix series. Yeah, Netflix stuff. But he's already become this this quantity that has, I don't know, it just feels like he's trapped in what he can actually talk about, and he's got management, of course, too, that he has to answer to, so you can only basically. So someone of that status, like Vin Diesel, can only admit to playing Dungeons and Dragons. He can't admit to playing, Monster Hearts or It's like, because there's something weird about that. Once you're at a certain scale of influence, it's like you're only doing stuff that like engages you and maintains your kind of A-list status or whatever. I think there's something really weird about that. So he was kind of. I think he is trapped into being, well, my only hobby has to be the most popular version of that hobby, or else I'm not going to talk about it. Like there's just something weird about that. There's something weird in the world we're living in where you're kind of things are balanced in that strange way, and I think just because of the power that celebrity wields, you could only endorse a brand that would be capable of handling your endorsement. I don't know. That's a good way to put it. But there was something about that made me realize that it's like, he can't talk about anything. And it's just because you get those weird reactions, like on social media, if you have someone with a following, just mention a type of wine they like, or it's a watch that they just found. It's huge. I mean, the money involved in that and the power involved in that has to be funneled through the system, so I don't know, it's too bad that that's the world we live in, but I think
I really think it's kind of sad where like and not necessarily from like a corporate standpoint, but like what if Henry Cavill really did like Frostgrave or something else, right? Like isn't he allowed to kind of have this he is, but it's like it's just like firing a gun into the air. It's like doesn't. It's not that bad.
No, but I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Like you're not shooting at a target. You're just like making noise, and it's just like but you could be using your influence. How you're connected into pop culture, how you're a celebrity, how you have reputation. You could be using that to do something instead of just just doing something that has no actual effect. That I don't know. It's there's something odd about that. But Ray understands what I'm trying to say. But there is something. That once you're at a certain scale of, and that's why it's funny that we're seeing fake kind of this weird influence influencer culture where people have risen up, who knows, from buying, followers or whatever in social media, like on Twitter or YouTube or whatever, and they have a decent following, that then they're paid, to randomly endorse it. They're paid to get that power that they've kind of harnessed as far as just eyeballs, just views and access to subscriber bases and things. They're paid to do that. So of course that's how the system wants to work. Yeah, I don't know. But I when I was thinking about that, I was like, yeah, of course it has to be 40K. Yeah, but I think the same thing is it has to be D&D, Yeah. So if you're going to talk about, I do tabletop role playing, well, what do you play? Well, of course, because I'm in Hollywood movies and I've made millions of dollars in a single paycheck, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, there's something about that we're just kind of trapped.
Do you think we're at the point in the hobby? Sorry, I lost. There, that's the weapon I was looking for. Sorry. Do you think we're at the point in like the wargaming hobby where we were in like the 90s or early 2000s with D&D, where you only, I'm not saying Henry Cavill isn't like a big celebrity, but you only had like a couple people, noticeably like Vin Diesel at the beginning saying, I play D&D, right? But like that was just kind of it.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. It wasn't what it is now, where everybody on the moment going like, you have all these celebrities who will now finally kind of admit to it, essentially. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, do you think we're at the point where...
Yeah, right. And professional athletes, the Cleveland Browns, right?
I'm just wondering if in like 20 years' time, right, will we have Warhammer 40,000 APs with celebrities?
Oh, right.
The way we kind of have
for like
D&D
charity stuff and everything. Yeah, maybe.
We might not if the Amazon series bombs.
Yeah, right. Well, it just depends. It depends on how... I don't know, because Dungeons and Dragons is popular, but nobody really knows what the hell it is. It's just it's just fantasy. Like it's so weirdly indistinct, and we're gonna see when this movie comes out next spring or whatever, how nobody really knows what D&D is. Anyhow, it's like, what is Forgotten Realms? It's just fantasy.
Do you think that's entirely fair though? Because like, how many layers of bureaucracy and corporate bullshit did the D&D movie have to go through? Right?
Yeah.
If it was written by, like adventure writers or like fans or something, do you think it would be? I think it would be pretty different from what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Right? It's people going like, well, we have to appeal to this market, and we got to have this person and this hero and then whatever, right? Like, how much of that is D&D not knowing what it is, and how much is it
and not being able to express it. Right? Yeah, right. No, that's true. It's not because they are probably thinking about demographics as no, we don't want to do that. We want a character that has more broad appeal. We don't want to say that. You don't want to have that happen because we need as big of an audience to. Yeah, I think that's true. And so maybe Warhammer is going to start suffering that same sort of thing, where it had an interesting, very distinctive, very grim, dark, and kind of fucked up lore. They're going to have to move away from it and say, no, it's just like. It's a really chunky science fiction.
I don't know. Like
everything is.
Hey, come fight me, nerds! But like,
oh, wait a minute! Someone's gonna get dogpiled on Twitter.
Like Warhammer 40,000, for all its problems, right? Like for all its grimdark fascist problems, I think has a much more distinct setting than D&D.
Yes, yeah, right? That's true. Yeah. I think you can identifiably, say that.
And that's, I think, no, that's not true.
Because it's never, that setting doesn't try to be, everything for everybody. Yeah, to try to be able to, I'll let you play. Oh, you want to play Space Marines, but you guys want to just set up a brewery. You don't have to.
Well, but okay. That's a completely different thing, right? Yeah. Like the rules. I think that's the difference between like a war game like Warhammer 40,000 and a role-playing game like Dungeons and Dragons, where like, and this kind of gets back to something I was talking about on social media, where one of my long rambling stories, right? The meme of the little girl with the crayons crying, right? About like she's holding her head in her hand and she's kind of doing like this, and obviously it's like tears streaming down her face. And the number of times that has been used for like me when I start a project, me actually having to do the project, right? You have this happy little kid like and then the adjacent one is like distraught kid, right? So I've been trying to work on this little pixel art war game, right, that fits in a little mint tin, because making games is what I do, and like figuring out how many pieces will fit in this box and what that's going to cost, like that's almost become a game in itself to me, right? Like going on the Game Crafter website and going, well, I can get 28 triangle chits and it'll fit in this box, and how many, and I enjoy doing that. I'm a fucking nerd, right? But the whole point is like now trying to write the rules for this thing, and I'm at the point where I have to write the rules out in such a way that someone other than me can understand them and play the game, right? Like, I'm not at the point yet, but I want to be able to hand off these rules and say, play.
Yeah.
Does what I've written here work? And the difference between writing a board/card/war game and writing, for me, a role-playing game is, in a role-playing game, I can write the rules, but the big rule zero is I can say, do what makes sense for the story. Talk it out at the table, figure out what's going to work for you, and maybe doesn't work for like a board game or a war
that's
game,
true.
right?
Yeah, it's much
like,
more
it's got to be, this doesn't work, right? It's got to be, I have covered every situation so that a fight doesn't break out at the table. Right? But back to what you said about, right, like role-playing games. Okay, we're playing D&D, but we're all at a university, right? Or we're all,
and it's almost prom season,
right? It's almost prom season, right? Like I would play that, not in fucking D&D, right? But role-playing games, you can you definitely can, because there are huge discussions about this all the time on the internet. You absolutely can ignore the rules of the game and just have a conversation at the table. Whereas you plop down your armies in Warhammer 40k, and you're like, okay, my crew are gonna make a brewery, and you're like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, right? Like, that's not only is it not allowed by the rules, like, we're more adherent to the rules that are there. Like, the game doesn't allow that. I would argue the game doesn't allow that kind of deviation or ignorance, that's not a word, of the rules, right? So my whole point there, which I've kind of lost, was I don't know. No, it was what you said about how people don't kind of know how to play D&D because what they get on TV or thing is different from what you actually do. I don't think a war game would have that problem. Right?
That's true. That's probably a But then I don't know. Yeah, 40K's got a lot of interesting lore and stuff, but I'm thinking about like
I'm going to put a fucking moratorium on that word. Sorry. Continue, sorry.
But how they there's enough there, and we there's some there's interesting characters and interesting history and dynamics between
pretend history.
Pretend history, and but when you think about something like when they tried to make a movie from the Battleship board game, or they're like,
you know what? I'm sorry, I will defend that movie because like that movie was actually pretty fucking good. I went to see it in the theater with like Chris and Lyle, and like you go into that expecting nothing.
You're right.
Or if you don't, you're an idiot, right? If you go into that movie expecting something, you're an idiot, right? So like I'm watching the movie expecting absolutely nothing. And okay, spoilers, right? Like their radar goes down, right? The aliens put out that EMP, and they're like, wait, we've still got those buoys, and it makes a grid, and I stood up in the theater and I fucking cheered, because how else are you going to get a grid system like A7? You sunk my battle. How else are you going to get it? I'm like, well played, you did it, you got that grid system into the fucking Battleship movie, because really a movie about a fucking board game, if you go into that with expectations, what are you doing? Please re-examine your life, right? Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you horribly, but go ahead.
But so I don't think it's as big of a challenge as doing something like that, as figuring out how you're going to make.
No, because your point is, you actually do have characters.
Yeah, you've got drama and stories and drama. And conflict. So I don't know. I don't know what. I think. I just think that what a lot of people that play that game and read the books and everything will be expecting from a series, a movie or a series is going to be different from what Games Workshop wants to put out there. I think this is going to be they're going to see, but they're going to see it as their chance to kind of rebalance things and say, okay, these are the good guys, right? And humans are so good, and they've got their strange little floating skulls and their weird little the biomechanical cherubs and stuff,
but they're also made from skulls.
Right, but it's fine.
Oh, by the way, did we mention that they all eat food made from corpse starch?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I don't know. I think they're gonna do something strange. I think it's gonna be strange, but hopefully, and they might be getting Henry Cavill involved, and because he's already had this reputation for walking away from The Witcher because he was frustrated.
Is that why he walked away?
Well, that's what they were saying, that he was just frustrated, butting heads with the writers and producers on what they wanted to do.
We were talking off camera about, or before the stream started, about how like The Witcher is kind of like super dark, which is not in the game and the books, which is not what came through in the series.
I don't think the series didn't come across as dark as that setting actually is, and I think that was part of the frustration and kind of like I don't know what they were doing. They made it more of a it didn't have a lot of the real sinister, real weird stuff that is the reason for because a lot of these monsters from like Eastern European folklore and stuff, they're punishment and curses and things that people did wrong, and they're trying to hide it, like the telltale heart kind of thing. It's like trying to hide your shame, and it comes back as this demonic beast. And they made it more fairy tale. Like I think the Netflix series sanitized it in a weird way where it just felt like and not even like a true Grimm's fairy tale, but just like this not quite Disneyfied, but more sanitized version of things. So it's just like more generic fantasy than like, wow, you really feel the flavor of like the Polish folklore and things. Yeah,
I wonder if that's kind of just a theme, because you said Disneyfied, and I was thinking of Rogue One. Right, and how that's a decent Star Wars movie for Star Wars movies, right? But you kind of had this weird part where they interrogate that one pilot with basically mind control, right? right. And thinking about how they did that in like The Witcher too, and I know nothing about The Witcher other than the Netflix series, right? Mm-hmm. So who knows what they did in the books or otherwise? But I feel like, and I think I'm going to explain this poorly. I feel like series are willing to show dark things on screen, but shy away from examining the actual ramifications of it, right? Right. You used magic to basically sift through this person's brain to pull stuff out, right? Yeah. Or you tortured this person, or you did something that maybe you had a good reason for doing it, but the ramifications of what you did should be a lot bigger than what they are, but we're going to skate on past it so we don't have to keep thinking about it. And getting back to Warhammer 40k, I suspect that's what's going to happen, right? Yeah.
It'll be very surface.
It's going to be very surface, and we're going to have, maybe if they, the opening scene for the Amazon thing, might be the Space Marines just going down to put down an insurgency, right? Or some kind of uprising where we're going to have a lot of faceless mooks who still kind of look like people just getting mowed down because that's what the Space Marines do, right? And it's just they're not going to examine the fact that this potentially, I don't know, right? This may have been a loyal planet, except you deviated in this one little spot that's now branding you, right? Right. And if they actually, a series I would want to see is them actually kind of examining that.
Yeah.
Right? I think I talked on Twitter about how the trophy RPG with their corruption mechanic would be fantastic for a Space Marine game, because you have the ultimate defenders of humanity. Are they themselves human? They've gone through how many fucking processes? They don't need to sleep. They can eat anything. Their saliva is corrosive, right? Are they human?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
is the best defender of humanity humans? Right? Because, like, okay, if you are still human, are you able to make the hard choices of, like, nope, like reading the War of Terror book, which is actually pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like, nope, pull back the fleet. That's what we have to do. Unfortunately, the 5, 6, 7 planets left,
that's it. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
They're just going to get eaten, right? Sorry. And, like, a human being, like, watching a human being, it's almost like Star Trek, right? Like, watching a human being have to make those hard decisions that, like, doom millions of people, and then still dealing with, like, being human after that would be an interesting story. But if it's just kind of what they seem to be doing, where it's like, nope, okay, leave that sector to get eaten, never talk about it again, right? No, there's no fallout, no one ever has a scar or anything like that's going to be boring. Right. So if they actually lent into the horror of the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, like, that could be uncomfortable.
Yeah, right.
I don't think they'll do it because it would be uncomfortable, right? It's like any kind of, like, vampire media where, like, you just ended somebody's life. What kind of life did that person have, right? Oh, well, we're not going to talk about it because we're just going to skate on past.
Because the main character needed food.
Yeah, exactly. The main character needed food. That's all they were. And don't think about the fact that they just ate a living, breathing, thinking, sentient being, right?
Yeah, that's very true. And I think that was, for me, one of the appeals of the Andor series on Disney Plus is that it showed you, so it's kind of showing you the origins of the rebellion and how they kind of got their money working and what was so bad about the Empire. And it was on a human scale. It was like they have these labor penal colonies that they pretend are prisons with sentences, but it's a life sentence. You know, everyone dies in there. And they did a really good job of showing how people can, you know, in their bad decisions about how to rule, you know, sacrifice. So many people are victimized by that, and so the Empire started to feel evil in a human way, in a decision-making way, not this dark Sith power is, you know, you're not, you know, your eyes aren't turning colors, and so there was no, like, that weird Jedi Sith thing that it has to be in every other Star Wars thing.
I'm glad they left it out.
Yeah, that is just, like, you know, it's just weird magic that explains away a lot of stuff when it's humans making decisions and humans struggling in these situations. Yeah, it's much more interesting. And
I'm not going to, but that makes Andor seem a lot more interesting.
Oh yeah, no, it's when they announced that, I was like, why would they ever do that? So, but somebody obviously had a vision about this very small scale, and probably because it made sense for a streaming series budget. Like, the budget could be, it doesn't have to be, you know, lightsabers and stunt coordinators all the time. And it worked really well on a human scale, and I think that's what Star Wars was getting away from, especially with the prequels. Everything had to be these, you know, the sexless, you know, Jedi that made weird decisions that just kind of like said, no, we're not getting involved.
You want to talk about sexless? I mean, didn't Carrie Fisher have to tape down her boobs for the original Star Wars?
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's probably just a costuming. Costuming era. It was the 70s after all. Bras weren't all that popular, but. Yeah, it's a funny, but there was, like, the original trilogy had sexuality.
Oh yeah.
And so that was weird that when he did the prequel stuff, that it just was so sterilized and weird and chaste, and I don't know. I guess that's what George Lucas thought of as a more civilized age.
Well,
where everyone's dressed like fake geisha and
that's just orientalizing.
Yeah, right.
Which, since we're talking about movies, if you've been following me on Twitter, I subjected myself to, like I said, Jurassic World Dominion.
Oh yeah, that's yes.
Okay, that was surprisingly not that much casual sexism in it. Like, the first Jurassic World movie was just like the worst. I think I had like a 10 tweet rant about that poor, like, babysitter woman who just got, like, dragged through all the dinosaurs and then just like, I'm like, can we just eat this woman already? This is almost like the equivalent of dinosaur torture porn. Watching her getting, like, dropped through all these cages, and just why? Because she had the audacity to try and do her job and watch these annoying kids, right? So that casual sexism was gone from Dominion, but there was this weird, or almost like Orientalism part, right? Where, okay, supposedly dinosaurs have been out in the wild for 3-4 years now. Immediately my sense of disbelief was shattered because releasing a handful of animals out into the wild, you do not get a stable population after 3 fucking years, right?
Right.
Also, like, no government in the world is going to say, yeah, cool, let the dinosaurs alive, right? None. Gone. Anyway. Yes. But apparently, like, a black market in Malta has sprung up about, like, all these dinosaur parts and all this stuff. And I'm like, we go there, and I'm like...
And dinosaur fighting. Yeah.
Like, there's dinosaur pit fighting, there's dinosaur butcher, there's dinosaur kebabs, there's dinosaur smuggling. And even though it was this weird... Middle Eastern kind of thing, and I'm like, the only reason you've done this, and the only reason you've set it in Malta, and the only reason you've given it this kind of Middle Eastern vibe is to give it the whoa mystical weirdness kind of thing, and I'm just like, this is not okay. Right?
Wow, yeah, I didn't even make that connection. I knew that they, or you didn't think about it in that way, what they're kind of saying about, of course, this part of the world, that's what they're going to do. They're going to make aphrodisiacs out of dinosaur parts, and they're going to, right. Oof.
That movie was just like 2 movies smashed into one.
Yeah, and I have because the way that it was almost the second movie, the way that they set it up, it was like, it's impossible to, what they're going to try to do next, the budget on that and the story that you'd have to tell is insane. Like, they just took the scale and made it a global dinosaur. Like, okay, now it's a global problem, these dinosaurs. Did I even
watch number 2? I don't think so.
Yeah, that was the one where the volcano on the island was erupting, so they're trying to evacuate dinosaurs, and then it turns out that they're just going to auction them off. That was...
I did see that. And that's another one where I'm just like, I don't know. Like, we getting back to my point about there's this extreme level of violence, but it's off screen, and we're almost supposed to root for it, because that's the one where, like, at the end of the auction, where all these, like, rich people are sitting around and the dinosaurs escape, and there's one scene where, like, the main baddie auctioneer backs into an elevator with, like, 5 other people, and, like, the Gigantosaur or whatever sticks his head in and obviously eats him, and we're kind of supposed to cheer because, yay, the main bad guy kind of got it. And I was sitting there thinking, what the fuck happened to the other 6 people? And, like, they obviously got axed too.
Yeah.
But we're kind of not supposed to think about it. Anyway.
No, that's true. Yeah, but Ray made an interesting point about the 40K stuff, that it might just turn out like Halo. Did you watch any of that? Halo. It was really weird. Like, they couldn't, like, a character that in, like, 4 games, 4 narrative single player games of story, never took his helmet off, or maybe did it off camera or whatever. Immediately, the character, we have to see the actor, and they, like, completely changed the feel of the story to tell something, obviously, that the writer, some kind of story that the writer wanted to tell, but they totally, like, veered off of what people liked about the story in the games, and they made it just this really bizarre just this really bizarre narrative, and focused on so many uninteresting characters, and it was really strange. It was really really weird what they did, but that's a good point. I think that's the kind of mistake they might make with 40K. Yeah, that's going to be like, it's going to be a spunky, group of Zoomers that are going to, like, they're on this planet, and we got to get our Space Marine friends to help us, and if only we can get a message to, the Ultramarines.
Or you know what? That would be like the opening of the first episode, and then just like the drop pods hit, and just like the guys come out with like flames, and just like everybody gets mowed the fuck down, because that's what would happen.
Yeah, right.
That's what would happen. Right?
Well, we've already seen in the animation, like, how it, to make satisfying, like, Space Marine battles and everything, how they have to look and sound, and I don't think they're going to do that for a series. I don't think
they have the budget to do Space Marines, honestly.
Yeah.
Or it's gonna have to be like not Kill Team. Fuck.
Like Necromunda?
No, drawing a blank on Death Watch. It's going to have to be like Death Watch level of Marines, where it's like, you got 5. Right. And these are your 5 main characters. I'm going to follow them around.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have the budget to show
big
a chapter.
Yeah, right. And I think, though, I don't think you can so if you're trying to make a Warhammer series for normies, I mean, this basically they do need to just make this for Warhammer Plus and like, you know, do something where it's like, this is going to be incomprehensible to someone that just, you know, tunes into this.
Well, I was thinking about that on the way over here. I'm like, okay, because I think yesterday on the cast when we were talking about it, right? Like nothing was confirmed, and then like between like the end of the cast and between like dinner, it was like confirmed.
Yes,
right?
yes. Amazon, yeah, right.
But I was like, okay, cool, exactly what you said. Who is this series for?
Right, yeah.
Is it for Warhammer fans who are going to watch it anyway, or is it for casual viewers who are just going to go, oh, a science fiction thing, or oh, a new Amazon series, I'm going to watch it because, well, okay, honestly, probably shouldn't want to have, anyway, you can't please everybody, and trying to please everybody means you're going to please nobody.
Right.
But I have, like, if you make it for casual viewers who don't know anything about the 40K universe, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, it's
my advice: David Lynch style Dune voiceovers, because that's the best part of the David Lynch Dune, right? Like, I am the sole person I think in the world who likes all those voiceovers. I like Emperor Shaddam IV, last emperor, and it's like, I'm like, that's pretty cool, right? It gives you all the backstory, right?
Right.
Like, I like that, right? That would be fucking awesome. Imagine like going to like the throne room in Terra, like, Emperor of the Imperium consumes 10,000 souls a day, right? And then just like dudes standing around. Like, that's kind of my joke, right? Henry Cavill's going to be the Emperor, but he's going to be behind like acres of like old man prosthetic makeup, just like up on the chair with all these tubes. Right. And that's all he's going to do. Like, that'd be hilarious. But
it's just every time they have a shot of the Emperor, it's Henry Cavill get with a skull.
Where's this old man hooked up to all this life support machine, right? But no, I guess, you can't make the series for I broke Jeremy.
Yeah.
You can't make. I don't think you can make the series for both types of people.
Right. So I don't think. I don't think 40K as a setting is a very. You can't mainstream it. So I don't know what.
I think you.
It's small. I guess it's more focused.
There's so many facets, right?
Right.
Like, which one are you going to focus on? Like, are you going to go Space Marines fighting some kind of massive incursion? Are you going to go rogue trader exploring kind of new worlds?
Right.
Are you going to go? Okay, I'm not up on the new lingo, like Imperial Guard, right? Are you going to go Inquisitor, right? Like, I think trying to do, because that would give you a slice of the world, right?
And then you could suggest the scale, suggest what else is, like, and that would satisfy the
trying to do like a whole bunch of them is going to be like a mistake. Like, trying to show every aspect of the Imperium, like right from the get-go. Like, maybe just do this. I don't know how you would do it because it would be horrifically expensive. Like, just do Siege of Terra.
Yeah, well, that would be so cool. Yeah, but it's
and don't pull a fucking Game of Thrones thing where we're gearing up towards the big battle, conk, unconscious. Oh, we don't see it, right? That was such fucking bullshit, right?
Right.
Like, I know you're kind of channeling The Hobbit there, where Bilbo gets knocked out, but like, Bilbo's not a fucking fighter, right? And like, it was so different from anyway. Yeah, like, don't do that.
Right.
That would just be the worst. Oh, Horus has landed on Earth, conk. 300 years later. Oh, I've woken up again. What happened? Yeah, that would just be the worst. It'd be pretty funny.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what. But I think that, like, how they decide what they're going to cover and what they're going to suggest is happening in this setting is going to be, Games Workshop's corporate messages, and then Amazon stamp on whatever the this. I
keep forgetting that there's like corporations behind this, because well, again, like, who are you making this for? Like, are you making this? You got to be hoping. Games Workshop has got to be hoping to attract new players. Yeah,
I think that that's their motivation for doing this at all. Which I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's a.
Well, I think someone on Twitter had a pretty funny thing where it's like, you know what? Games Workshop has proven without a doubt that anybody can license their stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
As long as they pony up the cash, anybody can license their stuff. Right?
Yeah.
That's not necessarily a negative, right? But
yeah, it'll be funny if this if the weird choices, this weird Amazon version of 40K ends up becoming some like sub brand or some like way that the way that they actually pursue it, kind of like when Hollywood started making superhero movies, it really changed what they were in the comics, and then the comics just started drawing the heroes like they were in the Hollywood movies. Yeah, they just said this is more popular, and that might have been bad corporate messaging, but it would be interesting if they had any sort of success, and then it kind of there was a kind of reverberation that changed Warhammer forever because it had success in kind of a mainstream.
Space Marines now look like this.
Yeah, that's really bizarre.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. I don't know. I would wonder if that happened. That would kind of suck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I think it would, their existing player base, although people don't seem to care about their existing player bases very much if you look at Wizards of the Coast. But, it would alienate a lot of current players.
Yeah, it would. What are you putting together over there?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I've got all the pieces to this, like, horrific catapult.
Well, not if you keep dropping them.
I keep losing them. I think I'm missing something. Yeah, some of these kits, some of these old Manta kits have a weird combination of metal and plastic.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, because I've got a couple of these abyssal dwarfs that have like they're plastic bodies, but they've got metal arms. Like they're like doing. Yeah, I've got a couple of odd.
That's like Blood Bowl style pose.
Yeah. Very strange. So I don't have enough to do 10. So I'm gonna wait on these guys.
Stinky.
Melting that plastic?
Yeah, I'm using my sprue goo to put stuff together. There it is.
Nice.
Just an old bottle of Temia extra thin cement, and then all the sprues you get, you just cut them up and just drop them in there, and it just dissolves and turns into gunk. It stinks like nobody's business.
Yeah, but works pretty good.
But it works as glue, and it works as kind of like a filler, because the plastic cement, like melts the things.
Yeah.
And you can actually kind of like dab it onto the joins between arms. You got to be careful not to like obliterate any like fine detail, but it closes up gaps.
That's cool.
It doesn't work for resin though. So these resin sludge heads.
Oh, right. Yeah, have to be super glued.
Yeah, I might have to pin those as well.
All right, I think I'm going to turn on some heat. So
is that what it is? Yeah. And here I thought I was just getting old and my fingers weren't working very well.
I was like,
yeah,
I don't think
still warmer than the place I normally assemble my miniatures in.
Yeah, I think the forced air is not going to work, so. Let's try this.
Everything else is going to short out.
I hope not. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about is turn this on and suddenly everything goes black.
Yeah, if the live stream goes down, that's what happened. Jeremy turned on the heat, and everything blew up.
Come on. Let's table.
All right, let's see. What am I assembling? Oh yeah, I'm assembling my. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty clear. Yeah. The head's gonna go here.
Let's see. Actually, I can probably, without putting it on camera. So the color temperature of the of everything may change.
No, it still looks pretty good.
There we go. That should help. All right. Well, since I'm up, should I get anything? Do you want something to eat, or you want something to drink?
Ooh, food actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
That means I'm gonna be here talking to myself for.
That's right. Oh, that's right. It's almost 6.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Should we can order a pizza, or we can I can just run to the convenience store and get something heated up.
I'm actually down for it. Oh, the thing is, if we order a pizza, we got to move the camera.
Oh, that's well. I can get out the door to receive it.
I wouldn't mind ordering a pizza then.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Let's do it.
This makes for great radio, doesn't it? Sorry, it's not radio.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Ooh, you know what we should do?
What's that?
Definitely not do it. Run a poll on what we should get on our fucking pizza.
Oh yeah. Yes, the next super chat decides.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't actually say it. Like,
it's all gonna be anchovies. Anchovies.
Actually, that wouldn't be terrible. Anchovies ain't my favorite, but it wouldn't be terrible. No, I was thinking I've already made a commitment to like watch all of the D&D movies or something, didn't I? If something happens, I forget what it was on purpose. Sorry.
That's right.
All right, I'm taking my sprue goo back. By the way, I'm not tucking myself. Jeremy is still here. He's just off camera. Yeah. All right, I'm not going to clip together. Oof, that's a bit much. Actually, I could put it on the torso and see what it looks like. Let me put it back on the table over here. That way if stuff does spill, I don't get it on the tablecloth. Jeremy has definitely left the building. All right. I'm sure this is super interesting. We were trying to rig an overhead camera, but it just kind of didn't work, which is why we went with the little web camera in front. But it's not great for seeing what people are putting together. Like I'm there. That'll be okay. Yeah, that works. Yeah, currently assembling my, homebrew leagues of Volton, which are, Fireforged Dwarf Bodies, Stargrave, Arms, and, yeah, the sludge miniature knight heads. Like, I liked the knight heads, but they looked kind of too futuristic for sludge. But here, they work pretty well. They look kind of sci-fi. Alright, let's stick that on. There we go. Oops. Go a bit. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, that's right. We've gone beyond the endurance for, I think, most of North America.
Yeah.
Even the West Coast, because it's it's 4 a.m. in New York.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yes. Only 1 a.m. in LA.
Ah, so there's still people up.
Yeah, there's still California. All right. Start order. Ooh. Okay, so what sounds good? Should we just get a big, super deluxe kind of... We've got a 50% off coupon, so we can get something expensive if you want. They have a... Hey everybody, it's pizza. It's the pizza ordering segment.
Yeah. What is the most expensive pizza on there?
It's like $50, I think.
What? Oh
yeah.
well, Japan prices, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this one looks pretty good. Char roasted beef and
with creamy.
Yeah, I think it's a mushroom creamy porcini sauce.
You know what? I will try that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spinach on it? Yeah, I will go.
Yeah, spinach on it is okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
As long as it's not corn, mayonnaise, and potato.
No. Yeah, so it's tomato sauce, spinach, char roasted beef, and porcini.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And people can watch us eat on stream.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we'll be eating on stream too. Cool.
Oof. It sounds like it's really fucking raining now.
Yeah, I think it is. Should we want something to drink? Do you want some Coke? Or maybe they might even deliver beer.
I will not turn down the Coke.
Okay. Let's see what else they
There we go.
got here.
All right. I'm going to slide these guys out of the way. There we go. Move over my Starbarian. All right. I'm currently putting together... There we go. Heavy weapon soldier. Again, the kind of...
Oh, they even have Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
Canada. Oh, yeah, Dr. Oh, that was easy. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, the head came off.
Okay.
I will gladly take some Dr. Pepper.
Nice.
Oh.
Wow, that's weird. I've almost... Yeah, I rarely see that in vending machines, but yeah, it is here.
Sounds like somebody's coming up the steps.
Yep. It's not the pizza yet.
Oh, they're not psychic? Damn.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it looks okay.
There's some weird
Pizzas?
Weird stuff you can add on, yeah.
Like what?
Korean seaweed. They just have dried Korean seaweed.
Okay.
As a it's just a thing you can order a little bag of separately if you like to sprinkle that on your pizza.
All right.
Okay, anything else? Any potatoes or chicken or anything?
I think the pizza will be
Yeah, it should be
enough. Yeah, especially just the two of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on other days, and we were ordering like 3 large pizzas to feed 8 people up here. Kind of disappointed about that. I missed that. Oh, I keep forgetting. There we go.
Oh, good too. Okay.
Oops.
The standing and ordering portion.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think that looks okay. Still can't believe how expensive pizza is here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you can order $100 of pizza and not even realize. You've got a pizza party.
Are you speaking from experience?
Yeah.
Yeah, $100 of...
Yeah, when I have family visiting and we got 3 large pizzas and they were very deluxe. It was about $100.
Yikes. Yeah, like back in the States, $100 is like school pizza party level.
Yeah, right, and that's like a
expense.
dozen pizzas.
Yeah.
Right. A dozen large. All right, so I got you Dr. Pepper.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. That.
And I think so we can...
Are you going to slide it forward a little bit?
I'm going to just put it lined up, so...
What are these nerds doing?
All right. Oh. So sorry for all the off-camera shenanigans, but
There were no shenanigans.
we needed some dinner.
It was just off camera. Let's take this back. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see what this goes there. Phew.
All right.
Stinky.
That's cool that it stays active, though. That it's stays melted. I thought for sure it would get to a point where it's like, okay, chemical reaction over. Now you have a bottle full of hard plastic.
Yeah, I guess it kind of. I don't know if it dries from. Well, it must need air to dry because otherwise, sealing up the bottle wouldn't do anything. Like you said, it would just kind of eventually turn into like a bottle of hard stuff. Useless hard stuff.
Let me take a look at the dwarves. Yeah, the dwarf infantry.
I was waiting for you to open up.
Hey. Let's see. I'm curious how, because the mantic dwarves are very kind of squat and squarish, so they may not be very compatible. They might not look very good together. Let's see how these guys look.
If you want to look at it, the
Oh yeah,
dwarves.
Let me see these guys too. Yeah, that's right.
We used to.
That's right.
I haven't used any of the weapons for them.
Oh, okay. Oh, these are some really good weapons. Oh wow, and the shields are great too.
It took me a while to figure out how the shields go on. I'm like, these arms look weird. I'm like, oh, because the forearm part is curved a little bit and flat, and they've got the straps, so you can glue the shield on.
Oh,
gotcha,
nice.
gotcha.
Yeah. Those look really cool. Ooh.
I don't know how the scale compares though.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I mean, they're dwarves, so it'll be kind of roughly the same size.
It'll be dwarf size. Dwarfly size.
Move the Stargrave stuff out of the way so you can put a sprue over.
Oh, okay.
Should wrap my boots. Oh, the boots are on camera.
Oh, look at all this chainmail.
Oh, that's a lot of chainmail.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They look about the same size, yeah.
Yeah, those heads are great. Wow.
Very Lord of the Rings-esque kind of dwarf heads.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, if you want to compare,
yeah, I think
like
we're
a body size.
Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, I think that works. Oh, yeah.
Oh, but it's the same. You're going to run into the same issue with the other kits.
No,
like the the dwarf heads have a bump where you would stick a head.
Right. Oh, there's some good heads though in this kit. Lots of crazy beards. Interesting. Yeah. I think for
crazy beard.
Oh, let's see. The mantic heads though. Yeah, I think these are just insane. Oh yeah, they're huge. Yeah, this is just the mantic dwarf head.
That is
so just like the goblins, they're
that's like whoa, that's like ogre size.
Yeah, they're really. Yeah, they make their dwarves like really wide, like really broad and squished. Yeah, so they're probably the same amount of plastic as a human, but they're just like
yeah, that's like wow, that is. It's Mardi like the Gras style paper mache head size.
Right.
Here, stick it on a.
Yeah, it looks like the big head mode in like NBA Slam or something. It's like not.
If you ever
it's a
wanted
bobblehead.
Super deformed chibi style dwarves.
Yeah.
There you go. This looks ridiculous.
Yeah, that scale's not going to work. Yeah, so I think I'll have to go. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the because I can go.
It's like you know what it is.
What's that?
If you painted this like red and a bit wooden, it would look like almost like kind of like a kabuki mask or like one of those like giant true. Or like the old Greek style mask with like the huge mouth that works as like the megaphone too.
Right.
Like, that could be a whole look for the army.
Yeah. So I think I'm just going to go more the North Star scale for dwarves instead of you try to mix it because the mantic is just not.
It just doesn't mix.
Yeah. They're not going to mix at all. So back into the box of waiting.
The box of waiting.
These chaos dwarves go. Yeah, these are great.
Into the box of shame.
Wow.
When you get a North Star dwarf body assembled, I do want to see what Frostgrave arms look like on it.
Oh, okay.
Or just stick a dwarf. The thing is like the bearded dwarf heads on top of it is a lot of chainmail.
Yeah.
On top of like the Frostgrave bodies, the beards kind of get in the way sometimes.
Right. Yeah. Especially with arms if they're if they're arms that cross. Yeah, two-handed stuff is going to be a little tricky.
Oh, you have two-handed stuff?
No, I mean for the Stargrave.
Oh, yeah.
Stargrave has a lot of rifles and stuff.
Yeah, especially the trooper box. That's my one gripe. Well, one of my gripes with the trooper box. The trooper box is all two-handed weapons. And it's all across the front, which is fine. I mean, like, the two-handed rifles, do look nice, but a bit of variety would also be nice, too.
Right.
What are you going to put on camera there?
Oh, I don't. Oh, yeah. So show off. Let's show off some of these heads. Yeah. So here's the. Look at all those crazy beard configurations.
Very Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Yeah, so these are the so this is just straight dwarf infantry from North Star for Oathmark.
Not the dwarf heavy infantry, right? This is dwarf.
Yeah, this is just straight. Oh, is it? It's not heavy, is it? Yeah,
no, just the heavy was kind of the plate mail.
Right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I think the Fireforge stuff would work as heavy.
Yeah.
They look good.
Yeah, they've got kind of like the pleated skirt kind of style.
Yeah. Nice. Oh yeah, there's some really I like these. Yeah.
There's only 6 sets of legs for the Fireforge thing, because I'm using 6 of them.
Okay.
It's weird
I think to do head variety. I think that'll be really good.
And weapon variety, because you got the two-handed weapons.
That's true.
Which surprisingly,
these
look okay on like human-sized models.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just tried sticking them on like a Stargrave mercenary body to get some like close. I'm like, that actually works. You would think like the dwarf arms would look too short, but no, they actually are the correct kind of scale and length, and they look okay. And like melee weapons on obviously science fiction stuff just looks cool. Oops, almost dropped that.
Yeah. That's true.
There we go.
Wow. Yeah, this is great. Oh, but beardless dwarves, get out of
Those are all the chicks.
Oh, those are the female.
Yeah,
really?
The Fireforge has like a whole sprue of like. Yeah, it's difficult to tell, but like, I got one of the torsos in the other box, and like it's clearly boob.
Oh yeah.
Like not in like an obnoxious like. Oh yeah, they're all in there. Not in like an obnoxious like chainmail bikini style thing, but like they're noticeable. Oops,
wait, what was that?
I'm not sure.
Oh no, I think it's just in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I think
I got a couple heads and stuff, and I think I got a torso in there.
Okay.
And one of the heads has like a, almost like a, I call it gorget, whatever the thing that protects the neck. Only that's the torso, where you actually have to put an extra piece. There's like a little V piece that fits in there.
Okay.
So it almost kind of raises up past the mouth, where that has to be a beardless head, because otherwise they just don't fit.
There's no way. Yeah, I see. Cool.
Phew.
Nice. Let's see.
What's the rule about eating on stream? Don't.
Oh yeah, right.
Break that rule.
We're going to. We may just have to.
We're breaking all the rules. Well, you already did that on.
Oh, the Abusecartoons. Yeah, that's all I do is spend 20 minutes every time eating something. Hopefully
this pizza will be better than some of the stuff you've eaten.
Yeah, right. There's been some real disappointments.
What was the worst?
Well, let's see. I forget the exact flavor. There was some really strange flavor combination things that you're like, are they insane for trying to do this? And I can't remember what they were now, but some like little snacks that are like, oh yeah, this will go together, like white chocolate and then something kind of like weirdly savory. They're like, this is insane. I forget what it was. But yeah, there's been some really bad stuff, and it's mostly just Japan trying to experiment with like flavor combinations. It's like that doesn't do anything. Yeah,
I swear a lot of the flavor combinations happen because they can't get the chemicals correct.
Oh yeah, that's
right. They're like, we're going for flavor A. We got something that's almost entirely not completely different, but not close enough to call it that. So like we'll call it white chocolate and spinach, right? Like that's what it is, right?
Right. Yeah, it was weird. It was like one of those things where the flavors, it was supposed to be combined, but you just kind of tasted them separately. Yeah, where it just, they did. Yeah, they're just like kind of and now this. No. Yeah, it was really weird. Oh, I like these helmets on these guys. Yeah, I think those will work. I still want these dwarves. So actually, I could do like what is it, the Drugar or whatever, like the
evil dwarves. Yeah,
they kind of still do evil dwarves, like have not use particularly spiky evil looking models, but paint them so that they're like ashen. Dark. They have that ashen look, and that could be pretty cool.
Can I see one of the dwarf spruce? I just want to see what you get in it.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So as usual, this is the dwarf, light infantry sprue.
Yes.
And, interesting. So they're not... the dwarf... Okay, the dwarf heads are not ball and socket.
Yeah.
They're like a flat join up at the neck. But again, you get like 5 different bodies, 5 sets of shields. Oh, the other thing about the Oathmark kits, it seems like for all of them, you can assemble them as either like maybe like light infantry, medium infantry, or bowmen. Yeah, because you always get like 5 hand weapon and shield. Oh yeah. For the dwarves, 5 hand weapon, 5 shield, 5 spears, right? Because those interchange with the shield arms, and then 5 sets of bow arms and 5 sets of bowstring drawing. Yeah, nice. So like each sprue gives you hand weapon and shield, spear and shield, or bowman.
That's cool.
But I think the minimum unit size in Oathmark is like 10 models?
Yes.
I think it's the smallest you can buy. So like that's why we said, or that's why they said, a box gets you a very small army, but you could do 2 units of 15.
Right.
Bowman, actually, you might even be able to do like 3 units of 10.
Yeah, you could,
Bow, spear, hand weapon.
Right?
Right?
Yeah, no, that's true.
I think most mechanic-wise, I think you only get a bonus once you start getting past like 2 ranks. I think.
Oh, yeah.
And like ranks always have, or you always have to have 5 models across, right? And like as soon as you lose a model from, and again, just kind of like Warhammer, whenever you take wounds, you take them from the back, right? As people kind of fill in, right? But as soon as you drop below 5 models in that back rank, it stops counting as a full rank, I think.
Yes.
So like a unit of 10, I think, you could possibly get it, wouldn't be of much.
Yeah, because
it'd be very fragile.
Yeah. Instantly you'd be, and you lose any benefit.
Yeah, so maybe like a unit of 20 and a unit of 10. So like what you can get...
maybe for archers that would work. That would
but then as soon as they took a single hit, you're like, Well, but then they're archers, right? What do you expect? But yeah. Where did I stick my other body? Oh no, the arms were going on here. So yeah, you can't... I would think you can get an army out of a single box of Oathmark figures. I think you would probably want to get 2.
Yeah, so that you could actually, rank stuff
2 would
up.
give you 60 models, which seems like a lot. Wow, removing that book and the heat just hits like...
Oh, yeah. This was
You're cooking your book.
The heat shield.
Literally, yep. But yeah, no, I still do appreciate how 62 boxes of infantry is going to get... That's what, $50?
Yeah.
Ish. I mean, not when you factor in shipping to Japan, which is fucking ridiculous. But anyway, that's still a lot cheaper than other games. I wonder how many points it would be. Probably not 500 though.
Oh, I wonder. Yeah. Well, it depends though, because if it's cavalry and stuff, that's that's much more.
Oh, the cavalry boxes are only like 20? They're not 30 models.
Okay.
They're definitely not 30 models. I forget how many you get in the box. But it's not 30. But I'm just thinking compared to like what's the old Warhammer Fantasy? Right, like how many boxes would you need to play a game that's
I think
that feels
they really
decent.
screwed that up. Because even their starter sets for that were very anemic, were very low.
Well, I mean, as a consumer, I'm not happy about that. But from a business standpoint, right? Like, if you get everything you need in a box set, right? Like, where's your encouragement to come back and keep buying more stuff?
That's true.
I don't like that, but that's just kind of part of the game. I kind of would appreciate that, right? Like, it would be nice to say, like, nope, we've kind of given you everything you need to play a satisfying game.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if anyone's done studies like, are people more inclined or less inclined, or does it not matter if you buy a product that kind of has everything, right?
Oh,
like,
right.
Well, I can play enough with this game and it's kind of satisfying. Does it encourage them to kind of buy more units or go for like a special character or something?
Right.
Don't you remember the old game? I can't even remember the name. There was an old Milton Bradley game where you played on a big old hex mat.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like almost like a plastic twister sheet,
right?
But that was hexes, and like the units were, Milton Bradley quality miniatures, but it was a big mass battle game.
Uh-huh.
I remember playing it in like the early 90s. My friend always fucking kicked the shit out of me because I fucking suck at tactical games, right? But like that was everything you needed to play in that. I wonder how that did. If anyone remembers what the name of that game was.
Yeah, what was...
I don't. It was called like I want to say like Battle Masters or something.
Yeah, that sounds...
And I think there was more than one. Maybe more than one version of that. Or more than one very similar game. Because that was kind of around the same era as Games Workshop's Space Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like the Hero Quest style board game where you're tromping through a Tyranid hive ship.
Oh, yeah. Battle Masters, is that? Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Battle Masters. Yep.
There it is.
I bet you it's going on eBay for a fortune now.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. It's not going to tell us what it sold for.
Oh, it's sold.
It's just out of stock.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of plastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're just in the back of my wall.
Oh, yeah. €289 from the Italian eBay site.
No, thank you.
Wow. Battle Masters. Hey, Quark. Yeah, Quark stepped in.
Yay.
All right.
You're sitting here being nerds.
Oh, no time. Just stay. Yeah,
look
busy.
At that. Like, so that one's clearly boobs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and not like profanely so. I mean, we're not talking like Kingdom Death Monster pinup model here, right? Which, my
right.
God, come on.
Yes.
But, I mean, like, okay, that is functionable. Or not functionable, that's not even a word.
Functionable. Sure.
Practical.
Actually,
that's the word I'm looking for. That is
go.
practical boob plate.
Right. Yeah, so they do in the 550 points for the smallest game, and they do say 1 or 2 boxes.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so just so you have the options.
They actually kind of have. Do they have sample armies?
No, they didn't. It was just,
they
it was just
say,
the guidelines. Yeah,
right.
for
Okay.
each. Yeah, and that was the only one that said number of miniatures. The rest just said points.
Right. Well, I mean, because that's going to vary based on what you do, right?
Yeah. And as soon as you get larger, then of course it's going to be different prices, different cost. But yeah, you're right. The benefits don't start. So starting from the second rank is the -1 for each unit. So yeah.
Right. So you need at least you start getting a mechanical benefit after you have 2 full ranks of 5
right.
models. So you could do it, right? Like a unit of 10 is playable,
Yeah.
You're just not going to kind of get any benefit for it, right?
Right.
And plus, it's a rank and flank miniatures war game, right? Like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have massed ranks of models, and the most advantageous place to hit people is in the flanks.
Right.
Which is something I was trying to figure out a way to emulate without actually have to worrying about models' position. Because with all the little games I keep trying to develop and then abandon, the one thing, not abandon, just they're all still there. I just iterate, right?
Right.
I keep saying, like, the one thing I cannot provide in the box is space.
Yeah.
So I can make things as small as I can and still have them be functional, but even like a 2x2 or like a chessboard size space, I can't put that in the box, because I guess I could have like a folded up mat. Those folded mats never really work. Right. Because like unless you like iron the paper or something, right? Like, you're never getting that one fold out, and you're just like, it's like something will start to slide off, or like, okay, it should be on this space, but the ridge is preventing me from putting it there. Yeah.
No,
it just kind of just never works properly. Like that Battlemaster game, right? You folded up that plastic mat to fit it back in the box, and you're just like, okay, my cavalry is here, but they're sliding down back in the X. Yeah.
Whoa.
Just for fun, could I see a sprue of orcs? I'm going to see what the heads look like.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here's the orcs. A lot of open mouths.
Oh, they're orcs. They're going to be... Meat's back on the menu, boys.
All right.
Yeah, and again, the orc infantry is exactly the same thing as the dwarf infantry, right? Like, you get 5 bodies, and then you could do either. Each sprue lets you do spearmen, infantry with shield and hand weapon, or archers, which is... I mean, I appreciate that. Instead of the... Oof, that does not look good.
What's that? Oh, no.
Yeah, Oathmark orc head on a Fireforged dwarf body with Stargrave arms. No. No. Not good.
I gotta take these off because I know I'm gonna, as soon as I see that pizza, I'm gonna stand up and be wearing headphones when I...
or the table's just gonna go...
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna take some of these... I'm really tempted to do archers with all the... because there's a lot of soft-hatted, like, kind of hooded dwarves. That would look really good.
I think I hear something.
Oh, maybe. Oh, that could be it. Just a moment.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like it. You need help carrying stuff? Ah, it's stuck in my fingers.
Ooh. Look at that. Dr. Pepper.
Wow, Dr. Pepper. Nice.
Yeah, Japanese Dr. Pepper, too.
Meanwhile, the people watching on stream are like, so the fuck what?
Yeah, right. That's a wow. Oh, I got the 1.5, I guess. Look at that.
Ooh. Oh, you know what? Let me not put it there because it's product placement. And unless people want to pay us...
Yes. Unless the makers of Dr. Pepper...
Yeah. You all are getting enough money, Coca-Cola Company.
Yeah, right.
However, if any of the miniature companies want to sponsor us...
Yeah. Yes, we will.
I don't know. For me personally, there's kind of like a difference between like, no, you're like a multi-million-dollar conglomerate. I do not need to shill for you unless and until you give me a decent amount of free stuff.
Right.
But like the smaller independent people, I like your game, right? Like, I will help you reach more people with your game by talking about it and playing it. Because I, unlike Henry Cavill, can fire a gun up into the air, right? Sorry. If you missed that analogy, thank you. Ooh, do you have a napkin?
Yeah.
All the Starbucks. Talk about product placement stuff.
Yeah, there we go.
Thanks. Jeremy had an analogy of, after a certain point of wealth, you're not a person. Mm-hmm. It smells pretty good. You're a corporation, and you not necessarily have a responsibility, but you have to think about where you are. Dwarf fell over. You have to think about where you are endorsing, or what type of company or product you are endorsing, simply by having a hobby, which must be. Jeremy's over there, so I'm talking. I'm not talking to myself. Don't worry. Which must be really kind of fucking lonely.
Yeah.
In a sense, right? Like,
well, yeah.
We keep using the example, but let's say, Henry Cavill did play Frostgrave. And, I mean, again, I wonder, like, would you be prevented from talking about it? Or you just kind of, you just wouldn't mention it, you just say, yeah, I play miniature war games.
Right? Well, and you would be conscious of the effect you would have, you potentially could have on the hobby, which may not be positive, You want
me to hold something for you sit down?
No, I got it. Hey, get these out of the way. So many sprues.
Yeah, really. That's the main reason I started making sprue goo. I'm like, there's a lot of plastic that gets tossed out, right? Like, first I was thinking about that with 3D printed miniatures. Because sometimes the amount of supports that are on that thing, I'm just like, this is more than the model.
Yeah, that's true.
But then it's kind of the same with regular hard plastic stuff. I'm just like, really? The amount of sprue that's around this for like a little head or something.
Yeah, they've gotten really efficient in the crowding stuff on smaller and smaller sprues, but yeah.
Maybe Games Workshop. Maybe that's kind of why Games Workshop does it that way, right? Like, their sprues aren't like a grid pattern, right? They're kind of like octopusy, and that came out wrong. I'm not talking about a James Bond novel, right? Like, it's, I don't know.
Yeah, but even how they divide the actual body of the miniatures and things now.
Well, that I swear is for. I swear the way they divide up the parts of a miniature and how it has to be assembled are almost akin to like intellectual property rights, right? Like, we don't want you to be able to assemble this miniature in any other way,
right,
without a lot of work. Right? Like, the Oathmark and, like, Stargrave stuff is just like, okay, I'm pretty sure the way this was put on the sprue is because it has to be this way for the mold injection technique, right? The way the molds go together. Games Workshop is like, no, you did that so this body fits together one way. And, like, it could be, like, the arm split down the middle, but the hand is on only like one half, right? Where like, you're not doing a weapon swap on this guy because half of the weapon is on this half of the body, and the other half goes to like on that half, or like the straps of the weapon are on the front half of this piece, and it kind of. I have no proof that is what they are intentionally doing. It sure seems that way, and that's kind of unfortunate. But what else could a miniature company do in the face of 3D printing? They got to do something, right?
Right.
Yeah, now we're actually eating on camera stage. Sorry.
Eating on camera. Yeah, and it's funny too. The
6:30. Yeah.
It's allowed them to raise the prices of things, characters and things. But the thing I'm surprised about, there is some pretty interesting engineering. Like, you have flying characters that the only point of contact on the base is some scroll or something that's drapery that's hanging off. But in a lot of cases, the poses have been like, they keep criticizing, like, there's a rock built into the base, or their foot is attached to a rock. They're always stepping forward on a rock. There's like this similarity to
well, they kind of have to put it to that. They have to do it that way so that there is a point of contact, right? Like, I've looked at some like amazing miniatures and said, like, wow, like, I love how this thing's like flying off the base or doing that stuff. I said, whoever is putting these things together or having these doesn't have kids, right? Because like as soon as it gets knocked off the table, snap, right? Like it's dead. But they do, I think, because of how they have to be engineered to fit on the base, you probably do end up with samey poses, right?
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, it has to be within a certain. They get just this little radius of base.
Now, you want to talk about snap thing, right? I mean, the original flying bases, those hexagonal things, like from playing like over doing like Tyranid gargoyles, like the old metal ones, or like the old jet bikes and stuff like that. Like as soon as that pin snapped, you were fucked.
Yeah.
You were just fucked. You're just like, ah. Right, you had to like break out your little pin vise to like drill out the little peg of plastic that had snapped off, and then yeah.
Yeah.
This pizza's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, one of their. This is the winter menu, the Domino's winter menu in Japan. We're chewing and talking and talking and chewing.
Hey man, this might as well have been a marathon from. Well, okay, nowhere near, but we started at what, like 4?
I think so. Yeah, this version of OBS doesn't give you a
start time.
Yeah, the past. Oh wait, I've got a warning though. Drop frames 2 hours ago. Oh, so we were dropping frames a little bit ago. Wow. Yeah, seems to be okay now. So sorry about that if we were getting some weird, some weird.
Oh, I was looking at the YouTube one. The YouTube one is significantly behind the live one. Look, I'm over there stuffing pizza in my face. Oh, that I should have been paying attention to the screen. Oh,
no.
Because that just looks wonderful, doesn't it?
Gotta eat. Wow. Oh, Rob. I didn't see Rob. Rob popped in the chat. Yeah, I think this goes onto Facebook as well, so.
Oh, wow. See, we definitely need an intern to monitor the chat.
Yeah, somebody to let us know. Well, up for some more? There's 3 more pieces with your name on them.
Thank you. I'm going to kill the mic even more by opening my Dr. Pepper.
Well, there you go. There we are.
Thank you. Thank God this thing didn't explode on me.
It had some time.
It's been a long time since I've been back at the States, but when I finally get a chance to go back, one of the first things I'm going to do is eat a normal iced pizza.
Yeah,
and a normal priced pizza.
Yeah, right.
Like, I've gotten used to it. I'm like, the pizza choices here are decent, but first time you're like, that's $40 for a pizza. What happened to like $19.99 for just like this giant pepperoni thing? If that.
The Domino's here tries to do their big New Yorker pizza.
It's a poor imitation of
New York pizza. It's really bad. It's really bad, but they're trying to like knock off like, cheap New York style pizza. But it's weird because it's
not cheap.
Too big, and it's not cheap, but it slides around in the box, so you end up with it's really strange. They didn't engineer it very well. It's a little bit too large, and maybe for their pizza bags or whatever, the thermal bags, they end up very shifted around and very bizarre.
Like, it seems weird. Like, how do you fuck up? Oh yeah, I've already cursed. This is not a pizza stream. How do you fuck up a big greasy pizza, and yet you manage to, right? Like, it's not quite big enough to be big. It's certainly not as cheap as a HEAP New York pizza. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange.
But, well, it's been a while since I've eaten pizza. They keep bringing it back, so it must be popular. I don't know. Or they're doing that typical Japan thing where they, like, rotate the food for the season, which, it's artificial.
Oh, yeah, very.
It's artificial.
Very much.
Should have thought about the fact that I'm eating pizza tomorrow.
Oh, no.
It's fine. Yeah, I forgot. Tomorrow's pizza night. So we've got, like, the frozen pizza dough and stuff.
So, cool.
So it's, like, making it with, like, my daughter. Which is
cool.
It is until she, like... Sorry, everybody. We've reached the point in the stream where I complain about my kid.
We should have some titles or animation or something.
No, it's like at her age, and she's almost 6. Tangent. I wonder if, in the future, there are going to be studies on the effect of people's attention spans with the advent of smartphones, and how so much stuff is accessible almost instantly. Because part of the reason it took me a while to get a smartphone. I didn't get one until a couple of years after I got here, and I said I don't want to get one because I know I'm going to be on it all the time. And yes, that's exactly what has happened, right? I guess I don't really mind it, but even I find myself, okay, let's boot up Blind to see if Jeremy sent me a message about what kind of coffee I want. Oh, it's being kind of slow. Let me swap over here to Twitter. Oh, let me swap back over here to Instagram. While this is right, like my attention span has been shot by having access to all these different things I could be doing while waiting for other things, right? And I'm not saying that's what happened. That's what has happened to my kid, but she, like, the other day we were watching regular TV. And she said, Dada, I want to skip past this part. Oh. Right? Or like she's like, pick up the remote. How do I make it? I'm like, you can't. This is TV, right? One, you don't understand the distinction between like a DVD we can skip ahead, a Netflix thing where we can kind of go back and forth, and regular TV, because you've grown up in the Netflix era, right? And not the one where you had to get a DVD in the mail and mail it the fuck back, right? Yeah, for anyone under like 30 who was watching, that was a thing. That's how Netflix got started, right? But anyway, that's all linked back to, not that I'm worried about her, but I wonder if that kind of being able to flip back and forth between Netflix and stuff and kind of getting what she wants immediately when she wants it has had an effect on her attention span, because I'm sure, I mean, she's 5, right? Almost 6. Attention span is not that great. Like if you get like more than like a solid like 10 minutes of doing something, like I count it as a win, right? So that all links back to like making pizza is fine up until the point where she like loses interest, right? Like we've got the dough out, right? Sometimes we've been really good about like not putting a hole in it, and she's kind of like, okay, we've made like 2 of the 4 pizzas. You're like, oh, all done, right? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, we've got like the apron on, and like there's like an open can of tomatoes in, and that means like I gotta kind of like take over and do stuff. And then, so like, it's fun, it's fine. Like I like doing stuff with her, and it's important to do that kind of stuff. But it's not like we very rarely get to the end of the task, right? Like writing Christmas cards. I fucking hate that, right? I hate it. And I hate writing Nengajo too, right? I'm like, I thought the whole point of printing the message on the front of the Nengajo meant I didn't have to write something on it. Like, oh no, god damn it, right? But I thought it'd be really nice to have my daughter like draw little faces on the card, right? It took us like 3 nights to basically do like a single card.
Oh, wow.
I was real cognizant of, or tried to be cognizant of, you were obviously losing interest, and getting you to do this is becoming now like a battle. So okay, that's fine, we're done, right? But it took like 3 nights to write out people's names and draw little smiley faces, right? And it's just because you only last about like 5, 6, 7 minutes at a task at a time. So not a complaint, just kind of something I've noticed. So doing that kind of big stuff is sometimes difficult. Yeah,
and it may not be until school age, where you're kind of forced to complete tasks and stuff. But then that you start to understand, okay, I have to finish this. I have to complete this. This is not something I can, not be interested in anymore.
Yeah, like I'm worried about what's going to happen when she starts school. Because like I'm trying to. Her latest thing is say, "Dada, this is boring." And I'm like,
interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, like on like long train rides, like up to in-laws, I'm like, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do, right? Like for 4 hours we're stuck on this train, and I'm sorry you think it's boring, right? Or like getting her to eat dinner is just like, oh, sometimes a real pain. Like, Dada, eating is boring. I'm like, I sympathize. You're not getting the Soylent because that stuff is gonna give you fucking diarrhea. But like, if we do, sometimes we just got to do the boring thing first. And the faster we do the boring thing, the more time and it just kind of, the understanding isn't there about like doing this thing fast now means the thing afterwards can have more time. But,
right. Yeah, I don't know.
She'll just fucking sit there and just like, no, it's boring, I'm not eating it. I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you, kid. Sorry. There ain't nothing else to eat. Yeah. So back to Warhammer.
Yeah.
Parenting section done. So I can just complain forever about my kid.
Yeah, but the good thing about kids, though, like kind of one last thing, is they're always changing. Like the thing that's like the problem now, it's like you won't even be able to remember it. Yeah. In a couple of years, be like, oh, that's right, she had that thing. Yeah. Yeah,
they do change. Like putting up little Christmas ornaments. There's a little baby picture of her. And she's something like, oh, right. Like physical changes too. Like, I remember when she was first born, I'm just like, there is no intelligence in your eyes, right? You do not have a soul. And then like 3 months later, I'm like, oh, there it is, right? There it is. There's the spark of intelligence back there. Or like when you're a baby going, there is no way this thing will physically be able to walk, right? Looking at the way they go together, and like,
right.
And now you're walking around, right? That development is pretty amazing, right? She really liked going. You used to be small enough to walk under the table. Really? Right? Yeah.
Right. Definitely. Okay. Right back.
Cool.
Actually, I'll make some hot water for some coffee or tea or something.
Sure. I'm okay with my Dr. Pepper for right now.
Okay.
I'm going to wait until Jeremy comes back before I finish my pizza. That way I'm not chewing into the microphone, because I'm going to have to talk to fill up space. So let's see. What do I got here? Oh yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I've assembled, a 6-person team of space dwarves using the fire-forged dwarf bodies, Stargrave arms, and sludge knight heads. And because the sludge knight heads are resin, I'm not going to use my sprue goo to attach them, because that doesn't really work. I think I'm going to have to pin them a bit later. But...
Talking to heads?
Talking to my heads. Talking heads, right? Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to assemble next. I was going to look at the elf infantry heads.
Oh, yeah.
But if they're like the other ones we've seen, I bet they're a divot.
Maybe, yeah.
But it'll still fit. Just with a bit of... I'm actually kind of wondering what elf heads on those goblin slave bodies would look like. Raggedy elves.
Yeah, that would be very cool. Yeah, I like those bodies a lot. Those goblin slaves kind of tattered, because it looks like you can push them a couple of different ways. Because they could even be... I could see skull heads on top of those as well.
Oh, yeah. Then they'd be like weird zombies, because their arms are fleshy.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, we got to see what the skeleton kits look like, too. We have skeletons. Yeah, the revenants. I wasn't in love with the their revenant sculpts.
Neither was I.
Yeah, because they're kind of ghouls. They're not. I like them a little more bony. That looks kind of cool.
Sorry, could I bug you to stick this on the table over there?
Oh yeah, no problem.
Oh wow! Everything's broken.
How did that happen?
There we go. Yeah.
I think I need to tighten the arm on that thing.
All the other Oathmark sculpts, I'm like, those would look pretty cool. But there was something about the Revenants, which are the other main type of undead infantry. There was just something I'm like, I don't love them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, they're they're not fleshy undead and like zombies, because they weren't like decaying or shambling. They were more like desiccated, but still fleshy undead. Almost kind of like unbandaged mummies a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But still, I looked at them and went, cool, not like super fantastic.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yell us in the chat if we start dropping frames or if there's some sound problem, because...
Stop eating into the mic!
Yeah, right. Yeah, just to make sure everything's okay. This is our first closest thing to the IRL stream with our eating our dinner break and everything.
Well, when we did one of the Alien RPGs, I showed up with a fucking bucket full of noodles one time.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
coming right from work, not having a chance to eat.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to try some of these dwarves. So, for these kind of puddle bases that they have, are you cutting them off, or are you gonna, or did you in
it's funny. Okay. Stargrave doesn't come with puddle bases.
Yeah.
And I like okay, something I've noticed. As much as I like the feet against the ground, what they're doing with Stargrave, it kind of limits the poses, because those are the only points of contact for the base.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
So
if you look at I'm going to put up like one of the Frostgrave, that's actually a Frostgrave cultist with Stargrave head and arms, and you can see how it's a bit more of like a dynamic pose, because it has the puddle base.
Yeah.
On some of them, I've been cutting them off, like for some of the other ones.
Right.
But I found with like the Vallejo Earth effects, Vallejo Earth effect stuff, if you can slap enough of that fake mud around, you deal with the divot.
Right.
Or you use like green stuff or some kind of epoxy putty to
kind of level it out,
to smooth it out. If you don't want them up on a little hillock, you've got to cut them off. But some of them look really fairly difficult. Like I'm going to look at those goblin slaves, right? Because of their feet. If their feet are like flat on the thing, you got to like. Yeah, it's almost like you have to like snip around them and then cut off whatever tab is on the bottom there. I did that for some of my. I did that for what I'm going to use for some of my Necropolis 28, because I used I used barbarian bodies mixed with cultist zombie parts, and one like a Frostgrave wizard head that I think is supposed to be singing, but if you cock it at an angle, it almost has an open mouth, I've been hanged look, and I'm like, that actually looks pretty rad. I'm going with that. So it's cool. Like you cock it to the side and just like open like that. But for them, I cut the puddle base off, and that was kind of a pain in the butt. Not huge, but you had to do like a bunch of snips to get around the
I can
feet.
see what you're saying.
And then you just like cut off the bottom so they fit normally, or they fit flush up to the base. Yeah. Those goblin heads are pretty cool.
Yeah, I like those. Yeah, shoot. So these.
There's lots of yelly goblin heads.
I think I want to do, because I can get such a variety of heavy helmeted heads, just infantry with sword and is one-handed and shield might be the best.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to see what they looked like on the. I even got the classic like cleaver weapon for the goblins.
Oh yeah.
Thinking of the old Hero Quest miniatures. Well, that is ragtag. The goblin heads are pretty small.
Yeah.
I mean, as appropriate for goblins,
They are. Yeah. You can't put goblin heads looked pretty small on the Stargrave.
Yeah, but I mean that just kind of adds to the charm, right?
Yes. Yeah, the armor is that much bigger. Champion soldiers.
Oh, I forgot.
Shield, light armor, hand weapon. Yeah.
In my bag over here, I do have the
spearman.
Since you're using the Frostgrave book, there you go.
Oh, cool.
That's huge. Yeah, the Space Station Zero book. Yeah, there you go. That's what I might be. That's what I might be building these dwarves for.
Oh, very cool.
That it works for either Stargrave or. Take that one back. Oh yeah, that's a crew body. Yeah, again, like looking at that sprue of troopers, like they look cool, but like everyone is kind of feet shoulder width apart, kind of torso turn, because they don't use the puddle base, and so the both feet have to be completely flat against the ground, so that there's something you can glue them to the base. I gotta say the painted models in the Stargrave book look fantastic, right? Like, because if you look at them, I think this might be with many kinds of fantasy or science fiction, right? Like fantasy, I feel like fantasy miniatures often have different textures on them, right? Just like looking at those goblin slaves, that's cloth, that's like some kind of either like fur or feather kind of mantle they're wearing. They've got like wrappings around their feet. So there's different textures, which even looking at the bare plastic models kind of helps you visualize different colors. With the Stargrave stuff and with other science fiction stuff, a lot of it is kind of feels samey, right? Like the textures kind of look the same because you're a much more unified kind of militaristic looking unit.
Right.
And I find it hard to kind of decide colors with that. But in the Stargrave book, they did an amazing job of, this shirt's going to be white on like a blue vest with like the brown pants, and they've varied up the colors, and it really helps give them a lot more visual interest, I think, or at least kind of like imply these different types of material.
Yeah, that's cool.
Actually, what does one of this robot head look like on a kind of trooper? Hey, not terrible.
I think I'm gonna just want to see how well this works. So get a dwarf body.
Are you actually clipping something out of one of the Oathmark sprues? I think that's the first clip, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the first.
There it is.
Clip for our big order. Yeah.
It's been how many? I'm looking at the clock over here. It's been how many hours? And Jeremy has finally clipped a piece out of the sprue. Wow! And here I thought I was bad in terms of like planning stuff out and not wanting to commit, and then worrying about like, what if I mess it up? Hour 2.
Yeah, I've been
Jeremy
looking
finally clips a piece out.
I've just been looking. I'm curious. I think
that head, that's pretty dystopian looking. Well, kind of hard to see. Kind of the weird cyber eye.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Hey, here's what I mean. We're like...
So it's cool to clip Fireforged?
Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I've used all of the Fireforged dwarf bits that I'm going to use, so I'm donating those to you. There you go.
Okay.
Look, here you can really distinctly see the difference between a male and female trooper head.
Oh, yeah.
Like...
Wow.
Almost like an order... Oh, I can't see it. They're upside down. Nope, that's just not going to come. Anyway, it's like an order of magnitude smaller for the female head. And I ran into the same problem with the... when I was making my Starbarians crew, right? Like the guy heads you put on there, and they kind of looked like bulky guys. The smaller female heads you put on, and it looks like you're not bulky enough. It looks like you're kind of like a regular, non-barbaric person, decked out in like 5 layers of furs, as opposed to just bulk. Yeah. These were all those were the trooper heads. Let's take those back. Just heads in here. Cool. So, how is it? Oh, you're trying to...
I'm just going to see, if I can get the head...
Oh,
you're taking the kind of the big ball out of there because it was a...
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm trying to mesh it. Yeah, so it's interesting. The angle is a little bit different, so I'm going to have to take... Whoa! Some material out of both.
Where did that go?
It's just... I got it. It's the blade. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, off the front. Oh, interesting.
Is that a dwarf head?
Yeah. Yeah, so I want the angle. Yeah, the angle's a little bit...
Oh, right, because the dwarf has it way over the map.
But it's cool. But yeah, but there can be some cool, more dynamic head posing because of that.
Slouchy poses?
Yeah. Actually,
put that one back because that does not look good.
A knife might work well.
Careful, what we don't want on stream is blood.
Yeah, right, no blood. Oh, hey, Ray, what's going on? Yeah, we had you missed the pizza. You missed our dinner. We did on-stream pizza.
Shucks.
But yeah, still, I think I'm abandoning the kind of mixing dwarves. I'm gonna go with the North Star look as far as just the scale, because I think Mantic was imitating the old hammer dwarf scale. It was just too. It's just too weird.
Too chunky.
Yeah, it's too weird, and even to have them as mixed, different units, it's still weird on a battlefield.
Right.
So. Yeah, I just need to get this a little bit more flush.
No, it's okay. Ooh. Make sure everything at home is going okay.
Let's see how this goes.
Oh, I stuck it over here because it was stinking up everything. But if you want to try it.
Oh, thanks.
The sprue goo. Look at that. We're fucking both not looking at the Sorry, I just saw the preview image on fucking YouTube, and both of us just like me's going ooh down to something like this, and Jeremy's assembling a little bit.
Nice.
That's pretty funny. Let me go back to YouTube. So I just get a notification.
Yeah, still in the midst of dwarves. Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out what I'm going to do for Stargrave as well, because I haven't fleshed out like the type of crew yet.
Right.
So
I was. It's weird, and I'll explain. Because like Stargrave and I didn't even do the thing I was going to do. Shit. See what I was talking about? Attention span. Stargrave and Frostgrave and Stargrave are basically the same game.
Right, but kind of the theming is the only
like there are not even necessarily improvements, but kind of like clear advancements in Stargrave, kind of not over Frostgrave, but like there are differences, right? Like the division of loot into physical loot and digital loot. Right, and I think we even get the solo rules are on something else, but like you can see iterations of kind of Frostgrave in Stargrave. When I was building or coming up with ideas for the Stargrave crew, for some reason, the different types of captains and exos didn't grab me as much as they did for Frostgrave.
Right.
And I was trying to think about why that is. Like, yeah, it's kind of warping up because of the heat thing there. It's fine. In Frostgrave, it's like the different types of magic, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of like, oh, we've got our 12 schools of magic, right? And that's kind of how you pick. And whatever wizard you pick, the apprentice has to be the same type.
Yeah.
In Stargrave, you have maybe like 8 different types of kind of captains. And you can mix and match between captain and exo.
Right, to get access to...
Yep, to get access to different powers. But for some reason, I was like reading the powers in all of them, and I'm like, none of these are really grabbing me as much as they did for Frostgrave for some reason. And I'm not sure why.
Yeah, interesting.
So that was all about like building your Stargrave crew, and I'm kind of like, I just kind of went with... I don't know, because I'm also not really sure how it plays. Like, because in Stargrave you get like biomorph, which is an option, but like all the powers are almost related to the one character.
Yeah.
As opposed to like doing things for like your team or whatnot. So it seems like I guess different play styles. You know, if you want like a captain who's really capable, and then the rest of your crew is kind of expendable. That's one style. Or if you kind of want everybody's going to help each other and you're going to choose the captain that can like buff people, that's a different style of play. I don't know. That was all in terms of like... I just started assembling models and went like, okay, I guess I'll go with this captain, right? Because it kind of fits.
Right.
There were a couple new captain types in the supplement books.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I know in the one I got, like Quarantine 37. You have the Last Prospector.
Yes.
Right, and I just recently got Hope Eternal, which is the last one. I don't think there's maybe there's a new type in that, but there's definitely 2 new captain types in Quarantine 37. One gets you like kind of extra money, and one's like a beast hunter. Well, aristocrat, which kind of made me think of rogue trader.
Yeah.
Clean the back on that. Alright. Am I going to glue these heads on? Yeah. How's your dwarf assembly going?
Good.
You know, I'm going to pin these.
Yeah, I think almost want something behind his head.
Like what?
I don't know. I saw some little braids and stuff. Let me see. Where was that? Was that here, or was that maybe on the... Yeah, because the way that those heads hit...
Oh, I bet they kind of had to do that for the hooded heads.
Oh, yeah.
Right, because hoods kind of look weird in the back. If you don't attach them right.
Right. Where did I see those?
Oh, I think I stuck it there. Damn. All right. It's pin vice time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right, definitely the dwarves, they're much more human scale, and so, much more, less chunky and heroic. They feel...
Oathmark dwarves?
Oathmark ones, yeah.
They feel like something that could actually, like, exist.
Right.
Well, okay, it's all magic, that's all. Anything can exist. But yeah, those mantic dwarves were big.
Yes, that could do it.
Alright. Yeah, I think that'll fit. Yeah. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Crap.
Uh-oh.
Do you see a very small nighthead over there somewhere?
Let's see. I think I do.
Thank you. Yep. Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Did not mean to do that. Which is my kid's favorite saying. I did not mean to do that.
Oh, yeah?
Like, yeah, you did.
Nice.
Yes, you did.
Oh, the rules for Frostgrave and Stargrave. Oh, no, that's what, yeah. So Ray was referring to the difference, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, so you're talking about... So I was also talking about... also good to know about the models. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. The because I think... Wasn't that... Because people wanted, or were thinking a lot ever since Frostgrave came out of, what about a sci-fi version of this? And wasn't there some weird thing when it came out? People were just, oh, it's just a reskin. It's not even a new game. There was the immediate reaction. Joseph McCullough was kind of disappointed in because there was some negativity early on.
Well,
with,
I mean,
Stargrave.
Gamers gonna hate, right?
Yeah.
But that also being said, okay, I still haven't read or bought anything for Frostgrave Ghost Archipelago.
Oh, right.
Which is kind of like the third one, right?
Yeah.
So, I suppose, yeah, you can absolutely be disappointed at gamers' idiotic reactions to stuff, right?
Right.
But the fact that you named it Grave, right? It is clearly part of the series.
Yeah, right.
So, I don't know. And it is just kind of it is not just a reskinned Frostgrave, right? Like, it's not just the same things with a different name and a sci-fi coat of paint. But mechanically, they might as well be like identical games. Because you still have the same... It's the same thing, right? You've got a captain, you've got like a main wizard, you've got an apprentice, you've got up to 8 ancillary people, up to 4 of which can be specialists. You have a certain amount of resources with which to buy that starting team. The game turn structure is the same. First you activate the captain, then you activate the XO, then you activate everything else. You're still kind of doing the same things, collecting treasure tokens. Your spaceship and the upgrades there take the place of whatever layer your wizard would have had in Frostgrave. So, I mean, it's not a negative, but there are differences, right? But I can't blame people for going, oh, it's just kind of like Frostgrave in space. Because it is, right? Like, if you want a game that plays differently, maybe don't get it.
Right, yeah. If you're really looking for
something different. But I mean, it's still, well, and also like damage and everything basically works the same way. Like, models have the same stats. It's still a D20 system. It's still roll under. No, I forgot. It might be like the damage works the same way, right? Like, I like how it works. It's like whoever rolled the highest wins the fight, and then it's that minus the armor is the amount of damage suffered. So, yeah, I mean, people don't have to be jerks about it, which they will be.
Yeah.
But ooh, Dr. Pepper. Ooh, a little bit of Dr. Pepper. It's nice. Not the bucket I got from Carl's Jr. the time I went back to the States. It was like 2013. I'm like, hey, first time I've had Dr. Pepper in a while. I'm going to get the large size.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot how big American size large is. I'm like, that is a bucket.
Yeah.
That is a bucket. And by the time I was done drinking, I'm like, I never want to drink that crap.
Yeah, but free refills though.
If you could refill that,
Right.
if you like, if one person drank that and needed a refill, poop. I will not be pinning my miniatures.
Oh no!
Because I completely forgot that I didn't bring the one I use for snipping metal.
Oh no!
You'll notice there's it's gone now, but there is a very small divot in my plastic snippers because it is clearly only for plastic and don't snip metal with it. Not even a paper clip. That's how I ended up with like a perfectly round divot in my clipper. I'm like, let's try and cut this. Nope. Shit. Anyway, you'll have to wait till I get home to do that because, again, as my kid demonstrated, I'm going to need something to stick them together better than just super glue on top of a not intended join. Right, like the sludge warg in Nightheads are flat, and there's a divot for the neck joint on those Fireforged Dwarf bodies, so they're not, like, the point of contact is tiny. So I'm going to have to pin those.
Almost want him to have a better shield. Yeah, those are very orc-like shields.
Here you go, round base.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that doesn't help.
Oops. Did not mean to do that. There you go. All the mercenaries.
Oh, nice.
There we go. No head.
Headless.
Oh yeah, it does. Field of vision goes all the way over there. There you go. Let me see one of these orcs. That doesn't look terrible.
What's that?
Goblin head on a Frostgrave wizard body.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Raw. That almost kind of pretty much turns into a goblin wizard, doesn't it?
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be fun to do a whole goblin Frostgrave.
Like, that's the thing. Like, you'd have a lot of them because it's a whopping 30 to a pack. But yeah, you could totally use Oathmark stuff as Frostgrave warband.
Yeah, that's true.
One of these real quick. Yeah, it's funny. The Fireforged Dwarf heads on a full-size human body just kind of looks like Mr. Beard.
Oh yeah, right. Just
a normal-sized human guy with normal-sized everything. Yep, not a dwarf at all. Wizard bits. That heat thing puts out a lot of heat.
yeah, it does. I can turn it down.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm just thinking like, wow, I'm noticing.
Yeah. It's that parabolic or whatever. So yeah, it's reflecting it out pretty hard.
I'm reflecting out so hard.
So let's see if this guy's going to stay like this. I think this will be my... something like my chieftain for now. Oh, where is he? We're back up. Oh, there he goes. Hey. Yeah, they have a really cool crest in there.
Hour 4, and Jeremy assembles a miniature.
Yay! I did it! Nice.
I imagine people commenting on the cast. I tuned in to watch people assemble miniatures.
Yeah, right.
Not look at sprues. Oh yeah, that is a really cool crest.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, kind of a boar.
Yeah, kind of like a boar.
Yeah, and then the standard is a boar too.
Oh.
Cool.
Oof.
Yeah, American drink. Yeah, it's like a liter at a time. Yeah, drinking a liter. Yeah, the large. That's so funny.
Who knows if it's actually true? But I think I heard something about like there was car manufacturers increasing the size of cup holders.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I've got it backwards. But
there was something. Well, they had to do that. Remember when I remember fast food places? They the cups got bigger and bigger, like movie theater size. Yep. But then they didn't go in the standard cup holder, so they had to pinch the bottom of them. Yeah. So they got So they probably had to. Yeah, at some point. Yeah. So Ray was asking about if it worked out the kingdoms for the Oathmark stuff. Yeah, Short
answer? No.
Yeah, right. I haven't completely, but there's a couple of core units that I wanted to do. So I think I'm going to start with those because as long as it's a dwarven city, you have access to the first warriors, and it's just not the heavy armor.
Yeah. Plus, the capital. The capital you have to choose kind of like one.
Yeah, right.
One race, of. Sorry, one species.
Yeah. So I'm starting in the center with dwarves, and we'll see how far out I get into exploiting other races in this universe.
Yeah, like I said, beginning part of the cast, I think the kingdom building thing in Oathmark is just what made it not worthy of more space, but okay, what's setting this game apart from other rank and flank miniature war games? And that's the same thing with any new game. What is setting this apart from the other ones that currently exist? Right? And for me, it was just the kingdom building part of Oathmark, where it's you're actually, it's a different way of deciding what units are in your list, rather than just having dwarf army list and picking from that, right? You actually get kind of some control, and actually also kind of lends itself to what you would put on the table terrain-wise.
Yeah. That's true.
Ooh, excuse me. I keep picking it up. Right. Can I open the elf box?
Yeah, go for it.
I want to see what these heads look like.
Oh, you can show off the sprues on that camera. Oh, wait, what's the
boots. I'm dead. Yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, Renedra.
Oh yeah, so let's see if the base sizes are different for the
I don't think they
for the cheat lift for the single
would be.
Guy. Okay. Oh, general, that's what I was thinking. Oh, a prince. Oh yeah, no, everything is 25 by 25.
Ah, interesting.
What's that?
Okay, so I just open up the elf door, and it's hard to see. It looks like the elf infantry, are the one so far Oathmark miniature with a divot in the neck joint, as opposed to a protruding neck.
Yeah. Interesting. Oops. Yeah, I wonder why they chose, maybe because they want to make the heads more delicate, so they didn't want them to the face is more narrow and angular.
Let's see. So again, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 shield arms, 5 sword arms, 5 spear arms, and 5 bow arms. So all the other ones, you can assemble each sprue as spear, sword, or bow. Oh, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, they get 10 heads. It's pretty. Yeah, I was just looking at the size of the elf heads. Well, the wizard cloak bodies are pretty big. I want to see what they look like on the mercenary bodies.
Oh, yeah.
Those pointy helmets don't look fantastic. I wonder if it was because of their hair.
Oh,
because
yeah.
No, they've got some hair. Lots of feathers too.
Yeah, that's right. I saw this. Yeah, plumed helms.
Oh yeah, because they just go on the. Oh, oops! Didn't want to do that. I see how they work. That's pretty cool. The feathers are. Oh, there it is. The feathers are pretty flat, and they have a flat back, and you're meant to glue them onto the front part of the helmet, if you want.
Ah.
Let's see. Oof, come on. It looks okay. It would take a little bit of work, but you put the elf heads on goblin bodies. Raggedy elves.
Yeah. Yeah, I could use some elves. My dwarves could use some elf slaves.
Yeah, those goblin heads are still pretty characterful.
Yeah, I like those.
I don't think they... I don't know what else they would fit on, though. Some of the Stargrave weapons do look a bit too modern, where I'm just kind of like, that looks like just like an AK-47.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Nice. What model is this you're assembling now?
So it's just the next infantry, so just sword and shield. Yeah, I wanted to take some of the fancier bits and see if I can make a captain. Something that looks more like a captain. But I'm just trying some different combinations of the dwarves. Yeah, that's true. That's nice too. Ranking them up with the 25mm bases, there's a lot more room. One thing I noticed, especially with the Mantic bases, sometimes spears or shield held out, they don't quite. You have to be really careful. You don't have a lot of freedom. You actually have to keep things close to the body, because if you move things out, they can only be in the front rank, and then you have. Well,
the front rank is problems. The most interesting characterful one, right?
That's it, right. But it becomes a little bit difficult to rank them up when they're on smaller bases. So 25 is nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that guy's cool. He's got the big ass axe there. That's pretty cool.
Reach.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just do that. See how they look ranked up.
Where'd the Oathmark book go?
Oh, right here.
Oh yeah, look at that. There's a fair amount of space between.
Yeah. So there's a lot you can actually put on the bases and stuff too. Whoa, sorry about that.
There's also probably, well, since they're all 25mm, right? Like, there's got to be a number of different types of models on the base, right?
Right,
like elf,
right.
dwarf, goblin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's right. They have to. Yeah, they have to be
So
aware of that.
Gives me make sure everything fits.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, it's a good point, Ray. The kingdom building is the interesting thing going on in Oathmark. So mechanically encourages you to have more unique forces. Yeah, so each army is going to have different interesting combinations and narrative choices. Yeah, that was the thing I was thinking about with trying to do kind of evil dwarf empire is to lean into taking the taking that probably only undead or orcs would have. Right. That would be cool.
Again, taking evil dwarves.
Evil dwarves.
I am not surprised. Humans. Who wants to be humans? Nobody. No, I'm sure that more than enough people want to be humans. A human heavy catapult.
Oh, interesting. Oh.
What are you looking at over there?
I just want to see, two-handed. If two-handeds actually can be... there's the other arm. Yeah, those actually look pretty cool.
Yeah, you might want to check if they fit on the...
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious if they do, yeah.
Where did I stick it? Oh, in there, at least one clipped out two-handed thing in there. Possibly even two. And there's also some single-handed.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, let's see how these go on the bodies. If so, that would be cool, because then we could do...
Yeah, that's why I brought them over, yeah. Oh, oh, it's right there.
Okay.
Except I can't reach it.
Oh! There we go, bending over the...
Got it.
I should just take this body out. I'm gonna do that anyway. Oh, yeah, I should have checked this first. If this works, that would be cool. Because the two-handed weapon... I guess, though, they should... Oh, that looks really good, though. No, it fits. That's crazy. Wow. Well, I still have... there's tons of sprues, so I can still do the... I'll have to check with the... Yeah, these look really good with the two-handed weapons. That's the line breakers, I think.
Oh, yeah, that'll be the dwarf line breakers. Yeah, that's how you could use them, yeah. I think there's enough in there for 12.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Border guard, militia, line breaker.
Yeah, is it
dwarf soldiers who prove more aggressive than others possess a natural aptitude with two-handed weapons.
Nice.
Two-handed weapon, heavy armor.
Oh, 20 points, though. Wow. Yeah, I think the other...
The dwarf
14,
shock
15,
troops.
Yeah. Shock troops. Yeah, with these... Oh, these would be... I think these will work well, though. Because the helmets, the heavy helmeted arms. Ooh, nice.
Ogre line breaker. Giant. Let's see, I'm looking at the elf list.
So can I melt that in, or let's see.
Oh, it looks like the... Oh, arm just fell off that one Stargrave mercenary guy.
Oh,
that's what that
yeah,
little sound was.
That tiny. Where's Fireforge out of? Are they American?
No, I think they're Italy.
Oh, Italy. Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, the whole reason I got the dwarf stuff is because they were running a Kickstarter, or they were running a Kickstarter on to expand their like dwarf line. And I got to it after the Kickstarter ended, but I wasn't interested in the dwarf stuff. I was interested in their Amazon Blood Bowl team.
Oh, right.
Where I was like, oh, but you kind of have a backer kit for the dwarf thing. I kind of feel a little bit bad of buying something that's not the current hotness. So, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll take some of that.
Yeah, they're nice quality sprues. Yeah, nice. They're really well sculpted. And
plus I figured, hey, I can do like a dwarf Frostgrave band or something like that. Right. But then when you said Oathmark, I'm like, yep, those are yours now.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm looking up. Yeah, elves. Elf City, Silvermind. I forget what the number next to the. Oh, that's got to be the. So when you create a kingdom, you got different regions. It's concentric circles. The area within the innermost circle is region 1 and contains 1 territory. Area in the second level is region 2 and contains 2. Region 3 contains 3 and region 4 contains 4. Region 5 represents the borderlands on the edge of your kingdom and is not used when creating a kingdom. Comes into play later in the campaign rules section.
Oh.
Ah, right. The number after the terrain is the rarity. Right?
Ah, yeah.
So, once you choose your capital, you consult the terrain list for each of the races and decide on a terrain type for each of your territories in Region 2. It then lists the figures to which it gives the kingdom access when constructing an army. The number in parentheses after the name of each terrain type refers to the rarity of the terrain type. It determines where you can place the terrain in your kingdom. You may select any terrain with a rarity of 2 or less from the terrain list that includes your capital, or any terrain with a rarity of 1 from other terrain lists. For example, if your capital is a dwarf city, you can choose any of the terrain types with a rarity of 2 on the dwarf list terrain, or any other terrain types with rarity of 1. Right. Oh, and then you do the same thing. That's for like region 2. Then for region 3, again, if you choose the same type of terrain, you can choose rarity 3, or you can choose something with rarity 2 or less. Right. So looking at the elf terrain list, okay, the Silverminds are rarity. So you put your elf city at the center. Then in region 1, or the next region out, that's region 2. You can choose anything with a 2. Or if you choose... okay. Looks like, okay. So like Elf City, rarity 1. Silver Mines, rarity 2. Forest, rarity 2. Grasslands, rarity 2. So if I was making an elf kingdom, Elf City at the center, then for region 2, it could be like, you only get 2 picks. So it could be like Silver Mines, Forests, or Grasslands. Right, 2 of those. Or anything of rarity 1 from a different terrain list.
Okay.
But it looks like the only rarity 1 is a city. Right? Which I could either take a dwarf city, a human city, or a goblin and orc city.
Right.
So it would be the second one, yeah. Elf Spearman. Oh, I see. Elf Soldier, Elf Spearman. Okay, and it looks like in the... Yeah, Dwarf Soldier, Dwarf Spearman, Dwarf Archer, Dwarf Militia. Looks like in the Dwarf... Excuse me. Looks like in Rarity 1, the whatever city, you only kind of get like the most basic units.
Ah, okay.
Right, so if it was like Elf City, like we get characters, or Elf Soldier, Spearman, and Archer, like kind of like the 3 core troops. So if you wanted to branch out into different races or different species, you'd have to pick one of those cities.
So another city.
Yeah,
I see.
So
it'd need like
capital.
an orc or like a goblin city with so you get the goblin slaves. Yeah, where are the what is?
Ooh, slave camps are rarity 2.
Oh, okay.
Which means if you were doing dwarves, you'd have to get out to like region 3.
Right,
and then pick
have a slave camp.
Yeah.
Okay.
That gives you access to goblin slaves or goblin slave slingers. Oh yeah, and it looks like a general kind of hero. No, like goblin king, goblin advisor, goblin general. Right? You only get those if your capital is a goblin city.
Ah, I see.
So like taking a city of another race doesn't kind of get you the characters.
Right.
It gets you maybe like 2 captains, a champion, a spellcaster. It gets you like the smaller characters and kind of the basic troop types.
I see.
Looks pretty good. Well, let me not flatten that box.
Let me grab some coffee.
There we go. There's one in dwarves. Haha. Nice. And next to a human for scale. They're almost about the same size. Look at that. I keep looking up over here to the camera there. The monitor over there. I do wonder what an elf head would look like here. Not fantastic, honestly. Yeah, kind of surprised.
There are 2 beers in the fridge. It's the super dry if you're interested.
I'm okay.
Okay.
My Dr. Pepper.
Stick with the pepper.
Yeah, I'll stick with the pepper. Yeah, 25mm bases are pretty big. Skeletons. Alright, well I gotta slip it. Oof! My legs don't work anymore.
Yeah, try that. Oh no, there's nobody on stream. There's nobody on stream.
Oof! Ouch! Oof! Ah! Oof! Try that.
Yeah. There we go. Sprue close-ups. Oh no. Sorry, we'll be back soon.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Yeah, I didn't want to get in before.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Ah, let me knock.
It's
knock over the mic. Oh, there we go. Oof. Ooh.
All right. Made it?
I made it. There we go.
All right.
Actually, might swap over to my cap. My head is cold.
Oh.
Sorry, Eagles.
Yeah, I'm sure the heater, the air's just going straight up, not even getting over here because it's not fan forced or anything. All right.
Haha. That looks ridiculous. No, thank you.
Oh, thinking about so when I saw the immediately the Orc Elf Coalition, I've been learning about how Tolkien kind of hated the box he painted himself into when writing orcs, and that there should have been redemption for the orcs.
Oh, interesting.
I was thinking about Tolkien's orcs becoming something new after the fall of the Dark Lord. Oh, right. That's a really cool idea. Yeah, very, very true. Yeah,
Where did the other little arm go?
Redeemable. Oh, they fell off the guy?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
There's one, and there's one.
Uh-oh.
It's somewhere.
Yeah, it might have, yeah. Ooh.
What's somewhere?
Okay. Yeah, we'll find it. Yeah, I don't know if it got squished over. Oh, wait. Oh, so, okay.
Oh, it's on it.
There, yeah. Yeah, there, no, okay.
Jeez,
it's still there.
It's still there. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think I'm going to take these out of the...
Oh, clip them off.
Yeah, they don't sit very flat otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Pardon me. I will say one thing you don't get in the Oathmark box is a character. I don't think.
Oh, yeah. And I think they had boxes, it's just like 3, like the characters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can get they had those. They weren't part of the sale, of course, but yeah. I'm not sure if they're resin or metal or plastic. I'm not sure.
Well, only because of what the other... what am I saying? Only because of what the other... Work, brain. The other North Star military figure individual models are metal, I think.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, because there were options like when I was going through the website, but the deal was just like infantry. I guess the plastic boxes. Yeah, is what the deal was. Oh, that's right. The Fall of Numenor just came out.
I can't believe.
Posthumous. Yeah.
Oh, the book.
Yeah, the book. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
I was thinking I can't believe that the Lord of the Rings little battle game is still going on. Oh
yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. The little city outside of Minas Tirith is the new you mean for the GW? Yeah. They made a new starter set for that. That's pretty crazy. Osgiliath, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that I was surprised with that though is that all of the Gondor, the guys, what's his face, Faramir, and all of his captains and stuff, they're all climbing over broken windows or ruins or something. So if you're not playing in the city of Osgiliath, then they've got pieces of Osgiliath with them. They went with these super scenic kind of bases for those characters, but it's kind of silly. Yeah, using them anywhere else. They're going to be running across, some other battlefield with some architecture from Gondor hanging off of them.
I'm sure there are other versions of those characters. I mean, how many versions of the characters did they put out?
That's true, yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that's right. They probably do have at least like metal. Yeah, them back in the first release.
Yeah, because there were so many versions of like the Fellowship, right, and all the individual characters.
Yeah, that's true.
And kind of started to get a bit silly. But I mean, if people kept buying them, why not, right?
That's true. Yeah, and then when the license kind of changed over to The Hobbit to keep current with the Hobbit movies.
Mass battle game.
Yeah, mass battle Hobbit battle game.
Oh no, it was the Battle of Five Armies, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's what. But yeah, so it should just be the proud feats and versus the Tooks.
Well, they even had like back when I was doing that game, they even had a Scourging of the Shire source book.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Because that part got left out of the movies, didn't it?
Yeah. There was.
It's like, really, who wants to watch a defeated Saruman slink back? Like, I'll have my revenge on these stinking little hobbits. No, you won't.
That's true. Oh, I gotta get my glasses. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's so funny. That's you heard that story about Peter Jackson meeting Christopher Lee, and Christopher Lee telling him, I really want to be part of these movies. And once I was in the pub in their tavern, whatever, in England, where Tolkien and where he met with writer friends and stuff, and he saw me and he was familiar. He knew me, and he said, "You would be an amazing Gandalf." So Tolkien himself said that to Christopher Lee. So then Peter Jackson had to say, "Yeah, we want you to be in the movie, but not Gandalf." So that was really fun. How about how's Saruman hit you? Does that sound like a character guy you can get behind? But that was really funny. It's like Tolkien himself told me. Yeah, there's some. I just saw this in a YouTube video, but some early on, there was a screenplay written for Lord of the Rings, and it was insanely bad, and Tolkien had to. I think that's what chased him away from ever.
Oh, really?
Releasing the rights, because they changed everything. They were changing, like. I think they changed like Galadriel into like a fairy princess, and they did all this like really weird stuff where they're like totally changing, to give it more mass appeal, make it more like a fairy tale. So obviously the screenwriters had no idea because it wasn't really fantasy. I think this was written in the 50s, so there really wasn't like a trope or a genre of this medieval fantasy. So they had no idea what to do with it. So they did some really strange, made some really strange choices, and just freaked out Tolkien. So he was just like, I'm not dealing with Hollywood. I hate Disney. Stay away.
What are you doing with my stuff?
Yeah, it was really, really funny. But that is odd to think about that. Like, a world without, like, pre Dungeons and Dragons, pre everything. So there were only some.
Sounds like fucking bliss.
Sorry, very, very old. Oh wait, is it? That's a larger shield.
Is it?
You motherfuckers.
Oh, it is. It is. Look at that.
Yeah, I think I got to put that on my guide now. My captain. Come on,
Captain, my captain.
I don't think it's on. Oh, that crest needs reinforced too. Shoot.
Imagine a world without D&D. If only. Honestly, I think something else would have taken its place.
Yeah, there would have been some other work that would have created that genre, because I'm sure there was a lot of things that were close. Give me that. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a nice big old shield. I didn't even notice that. I looked at all of them. Oh, they're all the same, but yeah, there's one
that's weird. That's going to be. Is that
significantly bigger?
Is that down on the kind of like champions section?
What's that? The
bigger shield.
Oh,
because otherwise it's going to be like 1 in 5 guys.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, you're right. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it's just like the one in the middle is big.
Oh yeah, look at that. The one in the middle is big. Huh. Oof.
Yeah.
For some reason, that Dr. Pepper is chilling me to the bone.
Oh, no.
I'm fine.
Well, here.
I'm fine.
Sound-wise, it should be okay. Let's... Whoa! Let's just go for it and watch me kick everything over. But
everything just disappears.
Oh, yeah. It's freezing in here. Let's... Because I think the insulation on that door is not great.
Oh, right. Oh, that's what it pairs up with.
Well, now I've got to put a shield on him. His arm is so damaged.
Or it's battle damage. So, what's your feeling on people who KITBASH GW stuff?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, only because you went like, his arm is so damaged, I'm going to have to cover that. I immediately went to the, like, I've seen people just, like, hack apart GW miniatures. And, like, okay, I've seen people make, like, amazing stuff, right? But still, there's something inside me that goes, that miniature retails for about $50.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just, like, lopping pieces off it.
Yeah. No, I've seen that on the
I couldn't do that.
Like 40K subreddit or something where people will put up their KITBASHs and they're amazing. That's amazing how well they're done. But then you're like, okay, you paid about what $200 to make that one miniature, like just in the kits.
They bought the bits.
Yeah.
But still,
yeah. But it's I don't know. I mean that feels very decadent.
It does.
It's cool.
I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
No, that feels extremely decadent to me too. Where I'm just like, I would be worried I'd mess it up. Right? And then it's like, well, there goes that $50.
Yeah. No, that's true. That is, oops. Yeah, that's pretty, it's crazy. I've seen some really interesting stuff, but at the same time, when you think about, okay, so, and usually that's what the comments are. Oh, where'd you get this piece? Where'd you get this piece? Where'd you get this piece? And then they proudly say, oh, that's that, huge set, or that was only available. That's the, the limited edition named character. Yeah, it's like, jeez.
Ah, you're that kind of...
Yeah, that's surprising. Did I still not cut that off? Yeah, I still did.
Oh, goodness. I'm looking at the skeletons. I don't want to assemble these.
Oh, yeah, very thin.
The arm joints are tiny.
Oh, yeah.
They're cool heads, though. Yeah, for the skeletons, it's just like ball and socket shoulder joints.
Oh, wow.
Look.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like a... Well, I mean, that's kind of how you would... How else are you going to get modular skeletons, really, right? That's what you got to do, but those are tiny.
Right. Yeah, I think the Mantic ones are similar, because they're real scale like that.
Sorry, I'm putting like a skeleton head on like a Frostgrave mercenary body, and that is tiny.
Oh, no.
Well, as should be. I mean, like...
Yeah.
No, those heads are cool. I think I forget exactly which line. I've seen people talking about maybe the War Game Atlantic's skeletons, where you've got a base with 2 feet molded on it, and then you've got like a torso that's like from the ankles up. So you actually have to like glue the ankles down as well, and people are talking about how fiddly those things are.
Interesting.
Yeah, I can imagine. I think there's something to be said for maybe not a recent trend, but actually it's probably like the original trend where miniature companies are just kind of making miniatures, not intended, but like the way lots of games now are miniatures agnostic. Companies are making miniatures that are like rules or game agnostic, right? Like these are kind of like classic skeletons or classic halflings or kind of like classic lizard folk. Like games will use them. But
yeah. Well, because they've got multiple markets now, so war games, but also role play. Like a lot of people do want to put miniatures on a grid.
Yeah.
For role play.
I should have thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I'm surprised. I think that's influenced a lot.
Plus, also, I'm the kind of person who wants the style of something to match.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, oh, if it's like too different, then I'm like,
no, that's true.
Ooh. That does not want to fit back in. Get in there. There we go. Well, it's also I like them, but it's also the tuck box, right? Like it has that little edge that you gotta get stuff over. Yeah. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, that's a mercenary. Oh, 5. Okay, cool. Oh, there's the heap.
Yeah, the Asciliath. Yeah, set. Yeah, that just. And I think the rules. That's the funny thing about the that Lord of the Rings GW game is that the rules have stayed pretty much the same from that whole release. They haven't done that thing where they just keep burning you and saying this is second edition, this is third edition.
I think there was it was still going when I came over to Japan, because for like maybe like a year or two before I came over to Japan, after I stopped working for GW, which was only for a little bit, but I was able to go like every Friday to like a local shop, and I kind of got into the Lord of the Rings game because of, I forget what edition. Okay, like Fantasy was still going at that point. 40K was at version, I forget, 6, 7? But the Lord of the Rings game was still the cheapest game, right? Because you were playing, well, I mean, if you went like Uruk High or Moria Goblins or whatever, you still had a fair number of models on the side, but I had not Numenor. I had an Osgiliath forest, and it was pretty small, just like 5 or 6 cavalry, maybe like 10-ish dudes. Anyway, the whole point I'm making is like model-wise, it was almost kind of like a skirmish game. Right. At that time for GW, which made it the kind of, I thought, a decent entry point just because of the low number of models you needed to play. So that's the one I played for a while, and it was fun. And also, if you didn't have to paint that many things either.
Right.
But I think after I came over here, like a year or two after I came over here, they came out with like not necessarily like a revised, but maybe kind of like a collected version of the rules, because after a certain point where they're putting out so many supplements that all have kind of like different rules, it's like, no, okay, well, it's like Frostgrave 2nd edition. It's like the game's been out for 5, 6, 7 years. While we think it's a good game, we've learned a couple things in that those 5 years. So like the intro there, why a 2nd edition? Just to like clean stuff up, to kind of clarify stuff, kind of make things more fun. I'm more inclined to believe that Joseph McCullough is inclined to make things more fun as opposed to GW. But
right. Yeah, and also with an active community, there must have been a lot of like, oh, that would have been, I wish I would have thought of that, or I wish we would have included that in the first edition rules. Yeah, there must have been a lot of that.
Just kind of like, I guess I kind of want to call it like play enhancements, right?
Yeah.
Like we found that this thing just makes the game more fun, or kind of faster, or more accessible, kind of easier to play. So yeah, why not use it everywhere? Or just officially put it in the rules, right? almost kind of like what I imagine, like OSR rule sets, right? The reason there are so many of those is just because people codify those house rules, right, that they think make the game better or different or more fun. People do not need all those different versions of the OSR, though. Or OSR games.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Ray made the point too. Like when, kind of fantasy and sci-fi were split,
one
or
genre?
kind of different. Yeah, they were one genre. But when they became kind of separated, that sci-fi is actually older. Like pure sci-fi is an older genre, which doesn't. You would think fantasy would actually be because of fairy tales and folklore and stuff.
Ooh, but, interesting. Does like do folk tales and fairy tales count as fantasy?
Yeah, because they're the inspiration. Yeah, I think it's because myths, legends, and folklore get claimed as part of the fantasy genre. So yeah, in reality, they're very different. Yeah, when you mentioned fantasy kind of not existing in the 50s. Yeah. Oh yeah, quality of life improvements for for the
that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And when you're talking about Frostgrave Second Edition, play enhancements. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good.
All right, railgun wielding wizard.
Oh, nice.
Close. This is a railgun wielding barbarian.
Oh, this is a very tight to the body sword. Let's see what this looks like on this guy. He looks to be stepping forward, so. Maybe this works.
Everybody cover your nose. I've opened up the stinking wound again.
Oh.
What was that over there? I'm just going to make sure it's actually on the body there. Still not quite. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I think it sounds like it stopped raining.
Oh, good, yeah. Yeah, the traffic doesn't sound as wet. So.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, since I turned the heat on, I should check the how bad that sounds.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, you can hear the motor on it. Sorry about that. Ray loves a good railgun. So, yeah, railgun barbarian. Nice. Yeah, you can hear the motor from the air conditioning, so sorry about that. But it's getting too cold, and here it was only 18 degrees.
Celsius, that's Celsius.
Yeah, Celsius. Yeah, we weren't like below freezing.
You know what's, I think, an annoying but somehow unavoidable part of assembling miniatures?
What's that?
After you think you're all done, and then you like spray prime them, and you're like,
yeah.
there are those mold lines all over that. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're using like GW contrast paint, where it just goes.
It'll just flood right in there.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. One thick coat of showing where, everything you missed. Oh.
One thick coat. Ooh. Look at your front rank of...
Yeah, they're getting there.
Ah, the chin.
Oh.
There we go. That's the one thing about like the Tamiya plastic glue, right?
Uh-huh.
if you like slop it on a detail or something, you're just like,
yeah. Or I hate getting your fingerprint, like holding something you don't realize, you've got glue under your finger, and then you see the ridges of your fingerprint on the surface.
I missed the, as I knew I missed the deadline for the SCAB tank competition, because it was just like, I've got a kid, man. It's just like, no way I'm going to finish that. But I was like gluing stuff together, and towards the end of assembly, I just sort of like pushing plastic card pieces together and like snipping pieces off. I'm just like, okay, that looks pretty good. There's like a big old patch of not skin but fingerprints on the top of the tank.
Oh no!
But I mean, that's actually one of the good parts about turnip and whatnot, because everything just gets covered in mud and filth and whatever. And it's like you're not going to see it once everything gets like coated in that Tamiya fake mud. Right. Everything. My SCAB tank now is incredibly clean. I'm gonna have to dirty it up. I think this is maybe the first tank I've painted, though.
Oh, wow.
I'm never assembling a 1/72nd SCAB model tank again.
Yeah, tiny stuff. Yeah, there's some really tiny stuff. Yeah.
And that's coming from someone who's, like, assembled epic scale miniatures, right? You didn't have to assemble epic scale miniatures, right? All you did was clip them out and put them on that little, like, 5-dot space, right? Yeah, but... It's like, no, I'm not doing that again. Good.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. You can get a lot of play on the shield. You can move it in different positions in the arms, so that's pretty neat. See how his crest is doing. Oh yeah.
Has it set?
Yeah, it's good. Ooh. Yeah, I might do. Although his head is looking like a kind of a long neck, I might want to.
Can you shave it down?
Yeah, I might clip it off and cut it down a little bit because his head should be more flush. Yeah, I might want to do that for a rank of line breakers. Yeah, do I want to do that? Oh, Ray built some 1/144th scale tanks.
Oh.
KITBASH into sci-fi. Oh, wow.
What did they KITBASH them into? Like little Imperial Guard tarantula guns?
Oh, yeah. So same scale as the Gundam plastic model.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Goodness. I forgot Gundam was 144 scale. Yeah,
right.
It's either 144 or 100, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Wow, cool.
Oh man, this is painful to relate, but one time back in high school, I think for Christmas I got the super fancy Evangelion model kit. The one that had like, the box was huge.
Oh,
It had like an internal skeleton with like the spine was jointed, and then it had like a rubber sleeve that you had to fit everything in, so you got like the Evangelion like skin. It had like an internal structure, and then everything fit together. It had like a little spring so that when you put the head down, like the plug would come out. It had a battery pack that fit into the thing so that the LED and like the eyes lit up. And I was like assembling this thing, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be cool. And I like put kind of like the rib things around here, right on top of the kind of like rubber skin.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, that's cool. How am I going to paint it that way? I don't know. I was just like, and like, I had to like take off, the joints here.
Right.
Every single one of the pins snapped off inside.
Oh no.
And I was just like,
wow, that's a heartbreaker.
There's no way I can fix this.
Yeah.
I just quietly closed up. I don't understand. Like, you just quietly close up the box and be like, I've ruined this. If I had just left it. That was a fucking heartbreaker. Yeah. But now, Evangelion and MA sucks, so I don't really care anymore. I don't care anymore at all. Not that I don't care anymore, but still, that was just like, oof.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That hurt.
Yeah, I've had a few with the Gundam model kits. Yeah, pieces are put on the wrong way. It's like, this is not going to come off, and you just have to destroy. You just have to, every way that it was supposed to connect, you have to ruin to actually put it on the right way.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know, sometimes like hard lessons are the ones you got to learn where like, that sucked, but I know not to do it again.
Yeah.
Again, back to parenting. Like, sometimes your kid's got to learn that lesson. It's like, there's only so many times I can tell you, don't run around the house. Oh, you clunked. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry you clunked your head.
Yeah.
But now you know not to do it again. Right? Yeah. Sorry. Ouch.
All right. So.
Oh, it is 8 o'clock.
Oh, wow. So maybe this guy is standing more vertical.
Ooh, that is a very long standard.
It's pretty solid, though. It didn't.
Nice.
It didn't feel brittle when I took it off.
Wiggly.
Oh yeah, the guy standing straight up. That looks good.
Oh, the one with the feet kind of like.
Yeah, the pose. Yeah, he's kind of squaring up and standing proud.
Squaring up. I will skewer you with this standard.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, I mean definitely after I get these together and they're nice and dry, I got to go back and clean up a lot of mold lines.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad, but
it's not bad, but it's still visible. Yeah. Oh, it's raining again. Nice. Or at least there's
that's right.
the wet
so
sounds.
Gundams, 144, 100, and then 172 are the perfect grade.
Like 1 to 72, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I have never assembled a 1 to 72. That thing must be huge.
Yeah, those are pretty big.
I don't know. I say this as someone sitting here assembling like a bunch of little people. My rationale is, at least with miniature war games, you can kind of do something with them afterwards, right? Like, I've assembled Gundam and other kind of models, and I'm like,
oh yeah, then display is your only option.
But what do I do with this thing now?
Yeah, with the 144 models, I bet like the mobile frame.
I've considered it.
Yeah.
I've considered it.
Definitely, you could play with those.
They're still pretty big, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I've even bought, like, for some reason years ago, bought those little desktop army.
Oh yeah.
Little characters, and I'm just like, I always said, yeah, I'll use them for mobile frame 0. I haven't. And like, they're always a little bit like too creepy. I'm just like, you couldn't have not made them flesh color so they're like wearing little like anime girl panties. You couldn't have just made them like all black. Yeah. And did you have to add like the extra bit that increases their cup size by like 3 steps? you really didn't need that. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Don't need to do it.
I should actually take a look at the rules for standard if there's something special I should do here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, can I see that? If there's any.
11? No, that's a 16. Oops, don't drop that. That's a 5. Oh no, maybe this is one. Okay. Let's see.
Oh yeah, there is a Gundam fan-made war game with those.
Really?
Yeah, I figure there must be a real set out there because everyone must have thought that this would be so cool. And they've done so many video games where you're, doing team versus team battles.
Oh, I actually might have to go try and dig that up.
Yeah.
Not that I'm going to get into yet another.
Yeah, right. Where each unit costs. Oh, actually, it's cheaper. Probably ends up if you don't.
Well, I don't know. I mean, who hasn't tried to make a mecha game, right?
Mm.
And who that played Armored Core on the PS1 has not tried to make a mecha game. that captured.
Oh,
did
you see the trailer for Armored Core 6?
I did not.
Oh, it looks good. It's a very different kind of setting though, and I don't know how that's going to affect the gameplay. Yeah, there's some something that happened, some kind of cataclysm that happened with this red energy, and it totally wiped out this entire system. But the reason that it happened is because they found it was this amazing power source, and there was some accident that totally like made it explode, but it still exists on these like ravaged planets. These planets are just ash, but in the destroyed, like the mechs that were destroyed that were using this as a power source, you could still harvest it. So basically, it shows like mechs fighting over this last resource. So it's a lot of like ash covered planets, but these like red, and all the lenses and visors and things on the mechs are glowing red. So they're obviously using this energy. So they must have some sort of different mechanic that's using that. Where's the standard?
I think Armored Core 1 or Armored Core 2 were the only ones I played, and my brother and I spent hours and hours and hours in like the versus mode. That was just fun.
Oh yeah.
It was always a battle between him going through like the super heavy like bruiser mechs that need like boost, and me going, okay, I'm gonna go super fast and light with these bipedal, the backward chicken walker legs. That it was always just a battle between me being mobile enough to not get caught in like the blast of his things while sniping him as I try to like strafe around, and it was fun. It was a good game.
Nice. Yeah, that's really good. And it's deep, almost like what's that, Gran Turismo? The way you can tune the
that was like we'd spend hours there just like figuring out. Oh nope, overweight or like. Let me drop a frame.
Oh no. YouTube has a 4-hour limit on the live, so we just dropped. Thank you, Ray. Although maybe you can't hear.
So we just ended. Your dude fell over.
Oh no.
You just knocked all your peeps over.
But did I? Oh yeah.
Here.
The massacre.
Yeah, I'll give you a.
Oh, we're back. Yeah.
Back.
Must have been. There must have been a. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't like this version of OBS. You don't have like a health. Like there's a light. Bar? Yeah, there's a light that shows red, yellow, green, depending on how many frames you're dropping and what your network traffic is. This doesn't have that at all. So you have to open the performance thing.
Oh.
So we did drop some major frames though. Just over the little I wonder why that's happening. It's very strange. We are back. So sorry about that.
There we go.
I don't know what I almost felt like changing the reels in a movie theater. That's what we did. We needed to get onto the next part of our feature. I wonder if we're gonna hit any limits. Well, I've streamed for over 4 hours on the Abusecartoons sometimes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that can get very, especially when I'm having creative blocks. I can't. I gotta come up with something, and there's just nothing there.
Oh my god.
What did I? This guy.
I think it's that one.
I should have saved him for the standard bearer. Let's see these
that's all
heads.
That's why I extensively and obsessively blue tack stuff.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. No, because with the stuff for my sludge battalion, like I was pretty determined to not, like I'd already spent a fair amount on first the initial choice of army, and then decided, wow, like these Franco-Prussians with their pickle hobs really don't look anything except Franco-Prussian Russians with pale helmets.
Uh-huh.
So, but I was determined not to buy like another box. So it was kind of carefully figuring, okay, well, if each line infantry is 3 models, here's 3, and here's all the pieces that need to go with them. Here's another 3. And I was being real particular about making sure that I didn't get like the same 3 guys on a base with the same pose. Okay, well, like I was like rationing out the pieces and then putting them each in a little Ziploc bag. Like, here's line infantry unit A, here's line infantry unit B, and do I have enough pieces to mix up if I wanted to like have a field gun, and here are the 12 shock troopers, and yeah. So that there was a lot of like blue tack and making sure, okay, do I have all the pieces to do this? Yep, okay, there. Yeah. Then they all kind of get disassembled and put in the bag, and then labeled with something until I'm ready to put them all together again, which is what I'm slowly doing now. Yeah. Nice. Won't be for a while since it's cold and rainy, because hey, can't prime anything when it's cold and rainy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you get that weird dusty spotty.
Yeah.
The cold air makes it.
No, it doesn't matter that much if you're doing like zenithal.
Yeah. You're just a little more textured. So another one of these little crests for my standard bearer. Everyone's got fancy hats.
Fancy hats.
Oh, it could, yeah. That's true. Oh, raised in Australia. That's where the time's not making a big difference. Yeah, it definitely could be. Because we're just using the SoftBank internet. Oh, no. Keeps dropping. Oh, yeah, I should look at it on another device.
Well, actually, might have to go soon. Since I've
okay, sure. Yeah, we can wrap it up if we're having technical trouble. Yeah, let me know when you're...
Oh, you're a dude for lover. There you go. He's stuck.
Oh yeah, it keeps. It does.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna have several. Yeah, it looks like we are the. It picks back up, but it ends the.
Oh, it ends the stream. Right.
Because it keeps saying. Weird. Yeah, so I'll have to take a look. Oh yeah, thanks for all the likes on our little marathon here. This is cool. Yeah, we'll have to pick this up.
To the marathon, yeah.
Pick this up again because we've got...
That's yours.
Oh, okay.
If you want. That's all
cool.
the mercenary bits.
Oh, excellent.
Don't know if you want the blue tack as well. But
I'll collect it up for you if there's little pieces. Oh, yeah.
I've got like so much... Once I finally found some, I got enough that'll last me like for years. Yeah. If my kid doesn't get to it first.
Yeah. She knows it's not chewing gum, right?
She knows it's not chewing gum. She knows she's not allowed gum, but like she uses it like clay. Dad, I want to play with the blue sticky clay.
Yeah,
okay. Well, I've given you like some already. That's yours. This is Dada's. No, Dad, I want to use yours.
Oh, yeah.
What is it with? I don't know. It's funny how when you're like that age, differences really matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, I'm not. Like, I don't care if the broccoli came from the same pot. There is a noticeable difference between the broccoli that is on your plate and the broccoli that is on my plate. And I want the broccoli that's on your plate, right?
Right.
You can't really disagree. Like, the whole fact that they are on different plates means they are not the same thing. Right?
That's funny.
Things that are separate cannot be equal.
And feel free to take any sprues from any of these boxes that you want to, that you want pieces from. Like if you want goblin heads or anything, take a sprue.
I haven't clipped anything off yet, but
okay,
I will definitely take you up on that offer.
Yeah, definitely do it. Yeah, I'm liking the dwarves. I want to see what they.
I knew you would.
Yeah, what they look like. Oh, I already have that.
I'll stick you here. Be by yourself.
Where is the next?
Yeah, it looks pretty good there. I can do it there. Nobody.
All right.
Barbarians. Well, after we do this and after we assemble stuff, well, won't be until after the new year, just because the way things work out. But yeah, Now we actually got to play with these.
Yeah.
Because as I just said, the reason I can kind of convince myself I'm not wasting money is the fact that after you assemble them and paint them, you get to do something with them.
Right.
So I am by no means saying that people who only collect, who only collect or only paint are missing out. But for me, yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, the angle. So the angle of the heads. So all of the dwarves. I think that's why these guys look. When I use the alternate heads, they look a little strange. The way that they have it positioned is all the dwarves are kind of looking up a little bit, so that they have the scale.
Because they're all short.
Yes, yeah.
I see what
interesting. yeah. They're all looking up. Then that probably gives them. Yeah, helps their scale and everything. Oh, that's interesting. So I was wondering why.
So you're gonna have to like trim a bit off the back of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that guy's
that one guy's head and
kick his head back. Yeah, that's what's going on there. Interesting.
That's pretty cool.
That's good. Yeah, I think on my phone it said finished and then it had that play again.
Oh.
But sometimes though, if there's temporary interruption, YouTube will kind of stitch the sessions back together. So we'll have to see. Yeah, Ray, thanks for hanging in with us, and I think we'll see what the final product looks like on our channel.
Maybe there'll be like 5 videos.
Yeah, right. There could be. Let's see if there's anything so far.
Oh, by the way, you want me to leave Agincourt stuff for you to look at?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I don't know how the Perry miniatures will scale with the dwarf stuff.
Right.
Because with the Stargrave Trooper armor, like the heads are like a little bit too small, but it just kind of gives the idea that the armor is bulky.
It's more, yeah. Oh, that's cool. All right. Yeah. I'll take a look.
Cool.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's sign up while you're getting ready. So, thank you, everyone, and Ray especially. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Thanks for telling us. All things about like the rules and for letting us know there were technical difficulties.
Yes, yeah, much appreciated. So yeah, take care, and we'll be doing this again sometime. So keep an eye on the channel, and we'll be assembling some more, and hopefully you'll get to see things further
in front of us.
Further units ranked up and stuff. But so cool. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Later, mortals.
Bye. Oh, Miguel.
Miguel just signed on.
Hey, Miguel, sorry.
Sorry, we're just about to end.
We're just headed off. Thanks, Ray. And sorry, Miguel. Chris has got to head out. So, but we'll do this again sometime.
Yeah.
We got some days off coming up. So,
well, speak for yourself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, you've got days off, and a kid who can take care of herself.
Right. It's a nice combo.
Yes, I bet.
Yes, but we'll be back next week for the weekly.
Yeah.
At least.
The weekly. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So see you. Thanks, Miguel, for stopping by. Bye. See you. Oh.